Good evening and welcome to tonight's Boise State Esports broadcast, and it is all led up to this. We are covering the Mountain West Series championships in Overwatch. We have got Boise State set up in their semifinal match against Fresno State, and if they win that, they will be going up against the team that has been on everyone's minds, UNLV. But to get there first, they have to win their semifinal match versus Fresno State. I'm your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, covering all of the Overwatch action for you tonight. And joining me, I have Michael Fisher. Fish, Boise State has had such a great normal season. But we have seen plenty of times for Boise State, sometimes it's just different when you get into playoff territory. And they not only have to, keep in mind the gravity of what faces them if they make it to the finals, but they have to push that aside for now in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously want to take down UNLV. They're the team with the target on their back. They're the only team that's beaten Boise State consistently in Mountain West Overwatch. But as you said, they got to beat Fresno State first. It was a very, very tough opponent. Do not let the fact that Boise State and UNLV have been to the last two Mountain West championships distract you from the fact that Fresno State took Boise State all 5 games in the regular season of the Mountain West regular season. So they are a very talented team. We've seen this team in other tournaments as well, so they are well-versed for Boise State. So this is going to be a challenge, and due to some last-second scheduling, UNLV, as you mentioned, has already advanced to the championship game. They did not have an opponent in the semifinals, so they're rested. They're ready to go. They're going to see who's going to take them on, but Boise State cannot think about that. They've got to take care of business in Fresno State. You said it. It's kind of that elephant in the room. Boise State in the playoffs have not always gone hand in hand, and they're looking to change that tonight.
Well, we have some Broncos here tonight in the arena. We have Bagel and Nerdy, as well as the other Broncos coming in remotely for this semifinal. And just a recap of where we have been, it started with 10 teams in 9 rounds, round-robin format in best of 5, and the top 4 advanced to the playoffs. This is the 4th year in a row here for this program, and Boise State, like you said, Fish, been there for the last 2 years. It's going to be loser picks for the map, but the first map is all set up for us. That's going to be Busan. So what are we necessarily going to be looking out for on that first map?
I mean, this is going to be very interesting. It's not one of those control maps that Boise State has historically favored. They've liked Lijiang a lot this year when they were allowed to pick control. They've also liked Nepal when they've wanted to maybe pick something that wasn't Lijiang. So it's kind of maybe a map that I don't want to say gives Fresno State an edge, but definitely is something that Boise State probably was dreading when they got that announcement. But this team of Guat, Kelk, Goblin, Plato, Large Bagel, and Asu have been firing on all cylinders. Fresno State's going to give them a run for their money. That is for sure. Like I said, they went all 5 games in the regular season, but I know Boise State's goal is to get back to UNLV, and if that's what their minds are set on, they might just kind of roll over Fresno State, knowing that the big prize is still ahead of them tonight.
Well, like we said, this is the semifinal match for the Mountain West Overwatch Championship. It is going to be Boise State versus Fresno State in the semifinals. And what do you think, Boise State? We're just looking back at the overall season, and we were going over the lineups. Who do you think has kind of made the most progress this season leading up to these finals? Which player have you seen really come alive during the spring Overwatch season?
I think it really has to have been Plato, because we know how talented Goblin could be, and he's made a name for himself on his very, extravagant choices of heroes. He's been a lot on that Reaper, but I think Plato's kind of been, so like I always say, the yin to the yang of we know what Goblin wants to do. He wants to flank, he wants to get that crazy 5K, absolutely pop off, and Plato has just kind of been this solid backup DPS player. He's now coming to his own. He's nabbed quite a few ICCU player of the games, and I really think Plato has come in to be, if everyone's watching Goblin, Plato's going to absolutely pop off, which is the same story that we'll get to about UNLV when we get to the championship game, but I think Boise State has really found a way for their 2 DPS to complement each other. The rest of the lineup is incredibly solid from the tanks and the supports, and I think it's Plato who's kind of pushed this team over the edge and allowed them to accomplish everything they've already done this semester.
Well, Boise State gearing up and ready to take on this first map. We are going to take a quick look in here as to the matchup again, but we can also take a look at the overall standings, which Boise State has certainly made a good name for themselves in the standings. Right now, you can see why UNLV is such a looming threat, but Boise State not far behind, 6-1. The only ones to match them are Fresno State with 6-2. So 2 very evenly matched teams. And I would have been interested to see kind of what the overall tiebreaker was for Utah State versus San Jose State. But it was a bye nonetheless for UNLV. So now we move on to tonight's current matchup, which is going to be Boise State versus Fresno State to see who goes on to take on the Bandits. Once again, that is Boise State versus Fresno State in the Mountain West Esports Series Grand Championship for Overwatch. Here we go with the semifinals.
Yeah, I'll be really curious to see how Game 1 starts out on Busan. Who sets the tone first? Who maybe wants to try and get an early pick? I'll be curious to see what the team comps are going to be. I will say the one thing that has been nice is that sometimes in games like League of Legends this year, we've had championships where in the middle of it, after like the first, second round, just a giant patch is hit. And, unlike the pro scene, we don't have the ability to play on a tournament realm, so we're stuck. Hey, this huge patch hit. It kind of changed what Boise State wanted to do. It changed what the other team wanted to do. Luckily for Overwatch, we haven't had that crazy patch. It kind of came out in the middle of the Mountain West season. I think a lot of teams have adapted to the majority of those changes, mainly on the Baptiste, and of course we always like to joke about the Diva changes as well, though I think these teams are high enough skilled that I don't think anyone's going to be knocked over by a Diva remix. So that is the one nice thing that I really am going to like, is that these teams have been playing on this patch for a while. They've been working on this patch. There's no last second changes where it's like, oh, there's a big patch today, good luck. Hopefully you guys practice, for this big championship. So I do like that. We're getting that, on a consistent level here in the Mountain West.
Well, our team's certainly well-versed in the meta, like you said, but one thing they also need to be well-versed in are Doc's keys to the game that we go over with every single match. And the keys to the game are never take a fair fight, and that means to take fights in unexpected places when they are unprepared. And, of course, remember, tempo, tempo, tempo. Those are Doc's keys to the game, brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network, delivering real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enables personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. Count.com, KOUNT.com.
Yeah, and whenever Goblin's in the game, I would assume we'll see the full Boise State blue squad. Of course, Boise State has, I think, 12, 13 very talented players in the blue and the orange squad that they've been able to mix and match throughout this season. So we might see an appearance from maybe someone from the orange team. It's hard to say. Maybe if someone's, having a bad game, Boise State does have that luxury of saying, hey, let's give you a game off, bring somebody else in. So that'll be my first kind of initial look is it the full Boise State blue team? Is it maybe kind of like the orange squad, like I like to call it, where it's sort of a combo? And the other thing I really want to watch out for in this Mountain West series, as you mentioned at the start, that loser picks, is where we go on escort, because we're required to play escort even if it's a 3-0. Boise State has loved Watchpoint Gibraltar. They have absolutely suffocated teams on Watchpoint Gibraltar. If they lose hybrid, that's going to be their pick. I'll be curious, one, how much scouting Fresno State has done, and two, if Fresno State loses on hybrid, what map they're going to pick. Are they going to try to avoid Watchpoint Gibraltar? We've seen a couple other teams in the Mountain West pick Watchpoint Gibraltar. It's kind of like that, almost like the opposite of Kings Row, where teams don't play it a lot, so you can kind of catch them off guard. So I think I'm going to be really curious where we go on escort. I would assume hybrid's going to be Kings Row if Boise State wins and Fresno State has to pick. I would assume assault's going to be Temple of Anubis. That's almost been a 100% pick rate, regardless of who's picking. So that escort map right in the middle of this series is going to be a very, very interesting one to watch.
Well, that is Boise State's strong suit, is that they like to practice on these maps, which aren't necessarily meta picks. It's, a lot of people just say, oh, we're just going to insta-pick, Temple of Anubis for Assault. But Boise State goes out of the way to, of course, be good on the meta maps, but they like to bring out these kind of off-meta picks. So if one team kind of tries to go around Boise State or play some mind games, Boise State is already there saying, hey, we've already scrimmed on this map like 10 times this week, so we're prepared to meet you there.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, like I said, this went 5 games in their first series. The team that picked the map won every single game after the opening map that is obviously pre-picked. So, Fresno State lost. They won. They picked hybrid. They won. Boise State picked escort. They won, etc. So that is the other thing, is that clearly these teams have maps they really enjoy that last time they played, the other team either wasn't ready for or just wasn't as well versed on the nuances in their strategy. So I'll be curious, whoever wins control and who picks hybrid, if that trend's going to continue. Obviously, since Boise State won control, they ended up winning the last control map, which I think they picked out on Nepal. So I'm going to be very curious. That's the other trend I want to watch for, is if the team that loses maybe wins on hybrid, that's going to also put them in for a very long series. And with UNLV getting that bye, the longer and longer this series goes, I think the happier and happier UNLV is. Because if you play a 5-game series, you're looking at an hour and a half minimum for these. Then you have to go play a very talented UNLV team. UNLV is probably hoping for a 5-game series so that they can be fresh going against somebody who will be mentally exhausted.
Yeah, that is the one thing that you kind of gotta weigh. Is this game going to be mentally exhausting, or is it going to be good practice for the team that hasn't necessarily warmed up? Although UNLV, I really wouldn't put anything past them just on how high level their team is and how much their team has grown over the past and kind of how their composition works. But we will talk to all of that when that happens. If Boise State does get to that final match, and we will cover the final match regardless of who goes on there. So it will either be Fresno State versus UNLV or Boise State versus UNLV. As you can see also behind me, there is just a little wave there from Nerdy up on stage, ready to kind of jump in should the time be right for that substitution. But we saw the opening lineup with all the favorites of Plato and Guac and Goblin. So Boise State certainly has a lot of options in the human resources department.
Yeah, I mean, I think Boise State, I would expect them to come out with the full blue squad because that's what they did last time against Fresno State when it was a 5-game series, but they do have that luxury, as you mentioned, with a Nerdy, maybe with a Narbles or a Pleb, who I thought had been playing really well for the Orange team, or maybe a Frost, who, if somebody's having a bad game, if somebody's struggling a little bit, if somebody starts to get tilted, you can just give them a game off. Boise State has done that with some of their players, where they've said, you know what, you're just not getting it done on hybrid. Let's put you on the bench for escort, clear your mind, and that player at times has come out and just absolutely pops off. Goblin is the first one that comes to mind. He struggled a little bit on a map. Boise State, kind of said, okay, let's put you on the bench for a game. They brought him back in, and he absolutely cleaned up in a series-winning game. So Boise State does have that luxury of using the bench to maybe kind of clear a player's head, put him back in. So I'll be very curious, but I know they would love nothing more. Put out the blue squad, get a quick 3-0 over Fresno State, get that practice, and get ready to go against UNLV. And same thing for Fresno State. They just want to have a quick 3-0, get on to UNLV, and try and pull that upset off as well, because both these teams are very, very talented. I know in the NECC, both these teams made it to the playoffs as well. So these are very, very close teams in the Mountain West. I know it's been Boise State and UNLV for the last 2 years. The rest of the Mountain West is getting better and better. Teams like Fresno State, teams like San Jose State. I know Colorado State didn't have the best performance in this tournament, but they are making their name known in other tournaments where they made the playoffs alongside Boise State. Mountain West Overwatch is getting better and better, and I think it's only a matter of time before somebody comes not only knocking down UNLV, but probably knocking down Boise State as well.
Well, the task at hand for Boise State is going to be starting out on Busan. And on that particular map, we have 3 maps. And you said earlier that Boise State isn't necessarily the most favored at Busan. They would have really liked to start out on Lijian, for instance. But of the 3 maps that are in the Busan map pool, which do you think Boise State would like to start out the most on?
I would have to think Boise State would just be willing to start on any of these maps, because I think the big thing for Control is you just got to win your first fight. It's more of a dry fight style of game. So I would have to think that Boise State has to feel confident that no matter what, they could probably say it's going to be a square map with no line of sight, no pillars, no nothing, and we just shoot each other and they're ready to go. So I think Boise State has to have confidence, and that's kind of what I want to see them play with. That's been the other thing I've challenged them with is UNLV. We've seen them at times. We've done a lot of their games. They've rolled teams. There's been not a question in my mind that UNLV is the better team. Boise State, I mean, we talked about Fresno State took them 5 games. Some other teams have kind of caught them off guard. I just want Boise State, and I don't think it matters the map, I want them to come out and make a statement on Control and basically say, you know what, it's not our best map, but we believe we're the second best team in the Mountain West. We've been to the championship game the last few years. We want to get right back there, and they absolutely roll over Fresno State. That's what I'm expecting, honestly. And if Fresno State maybe gets us to 99-99 and we have to go to overtime, then I'm going to be start concerned that maybe, Fresno State has not either caught up to Boise State, but maybe even surpassed them.
Well, we can also look back at the overall season for Boise State and really kind of, you said UNLV has rolled teams, but in the regular season match, Boise State showed a lot of improvement from when in previous years they went up against UNLV. They were actually able to take a map and drive it to at least a 3-1. So we have been seeing not only the general progression of the whole Mountain West skill level, but Boise State's skill level as well.
Yeah, I mean, Boise State, this has probably been their best year in terms of awards, in terms of other tournament successes that we've seen in a long time. And I think that's the other thing is I know right when Boise State and UNLV played, which was week 1 of the regular season, it didn't go Boise State's way, but I remember talking to the coaches afterwards, and they said, you know what, we think we can beat this UNLV team. We saw some things that, we didn't like that we were a little bit rusty, but we know we can exploit on UNLV. We know we can get a handle on. So I definitely think that Boise State thinks that is a winnable game against UNLV. That's the only thing that we've talked about is you cannot overlook Fresno State, especially on how talented this Bulldog team is. That's the one thing I want to watch out for is does Boise State, that'd be the thing I talked about on control. If it starts a little slow, then it starts to be, okay, is Boise State looking ahead a little bit too much? Were they kind of, saying, all right, we'll just take care of Fresno State. We beat them in the past. We'll do it one more time, and then we'll eventually play UNLV. You cannot be caught looking ahead. Known as a trap game in a lot of regular sports where you're like, oh, this next opponent's really, really hard. This opponent, we're going to be able to handle them. If Boise State can survive control and get 2 dominant wins, then I'll know that their mindset is right. And I think, like I said, I believe the coaches, I know there was some things they could do differently against UNLV, and I expect them to give UNLV a heck of a series. They just got to get there first. And I think Fresno State wants to maybe change that because I think a lot of people at the start of the year were like, okay, pencil in Boise State, pencil in UNLV, maybe even pen it in if you were that confident. And Fresno State might be there, San Jose might be there. There are a couple other teams you could say, well, make the semifinals, but this is really Boise State and UNLV's conference. No one else wants to worry about that. And I think Fresno State really wants to prove them wrong and say, look, you know what? We might be, the third-place team, but we're ready to make our first appearance in the championship.
Well, it's going to be the Broncos-Bulldogs beatdown for the semifinals. And overall in Fresno State for the Bulldogs, what do you think their major strengths are?
I think it has to be, we talk a lot about Boise State's DPS, it's got to be a lot of Sugaroo. He is an absolutely impressive McCree player. He's played a ton of it, and he was kind of the guy when we would see Fresno State games during the regular season that when he was popping off, there was really no one could stop him, and he acts like a mini Reinhardt at times. I'm talking 3, 4. I think we even saw a 5-man flashbang at one point in Mountain West play, and I have to be like, wait, that's not a shatter. There was no shatter online. Oh, that was a flashbang. So he is an absolutely insane McCree. His flashbangs are absolutely wild. So if Boise State gets caught being grouped up, maybe trying to make a cheeky flank on a control map where they're all together, Sugaroo's absolutely going to shut that down. And he's the one player who, when he's been on his game, when he's been in, I think Fresno State has been a different team. And he's the guy you got to watch out for. If he's on that McCree and you start seeing a ton of stuns come out and you're confused whether or not it's a shatter or a flashbang, then you know Fresno State is operating at their best.
Well, the DPSs can certainly be flashy, but we can see so much utility that comes out from the supports as well, especially if you have a good Baptiste player. Just the way that they can be able to have that amp matrix up almost constantly. We talked about a lot in kind of the previous years how fast Moira's coalescence charges up in terms of it's just basically another cooldown because you can charge it up with every 1 or 2 fights. But good Baptiste players, we've seen them get the amp matrix up a whole bunch of times during maps.
Yeah, and that is the one challenge is the amp matrix it's very easily counterable in a sense that you just line of sight it. It's that simple. But I think we saw last week in the regular season finale, Boise State dominating on Kings Row, and amp matrix goes down 3, instant headshots come out. Boise State immediately goes from up 1 to down 2 in the fight, and they just get rolled. And so I think that Baptiste, it's almost not how fast you charge the amp matrix, it's where you place the amp matrix. If you can put it on something like the payload, so it's continuously moving forward. If you can put it where there's a hard time for Boise State to maybe line of sight while also capturing objective, that can give you the advantage. Because on paper, it's a very easy ult to counter. You either throw a Maywall in front of it, you just kind of step to the left almost like a Deadeye. That is very, very easy, but if you can get a good amp matrix down that absolutely shuts down the team, it can be very, very hard to stop. And I think the other thing we have to watch out for, speaking of supports, is the Lucio play for both sides, because if we see a Zarya out or we see maybe a Shatter and you don't have that sound barrier available, your team 99% of the time is going to get rolled. Also speaks back to the Baptiste play of getting a great immortality field to kind of save your team, but it's going to be a lot of pressure on both Lucios depending on what tanks are played to have a sound barrier ready. And we've seen a lot in the Mountain West of a sound barrier used before a grav comes out, or a sound barrier not being charged just in time for a grav. And those are things you've got to watch out for, because sound barrier is your sort of get out of jail free card in a sense. If you grav lands onto 5, I just throw it on a sound barrier. Better luck next time. So it's going to be very, very careful for our Lucio players of knowing, okay, is there a grav up? Can I save my sound barrier, or can you use it in maybe more of an aggro sense, or can you use it to maybe stop a 3-man shatter and know the grav's not going to, absolutely blanket your team in 3 seconds?
It has to be that thing when you got to get in the mindset of it's not an instant reflex thing where you hear an ultimate being brought up and you immediately press your key and bring out sound barrier. It's just that the classic fundamental of ult management that really comes into play at even these high level games. You can see an overview here of the general arena. You can see me and Fish here, but also On stage, we have some of the Broncos joining us. Of course, we always have just a little bit of classic arcade just to pass the time. And I don't know if how well you can see it on stream, but we do have blue turf on the stage, which isn't something you can always see from the camera angle, but that is, I believe, original blue turf from the field. It's a blue turf imported from the football field.
Yeah, and hopefully it gives Boise State some luck, because that is the other thing that has kind of gone under the radar for Boise State just as an entire university this year. Is right now Boise State has not won a single Mountain West Conference championship in any sport. There are 2 chances left. It's both for the esports team. It's the Overwatch and Valorant playoffs that are still going on. And, I mean, it's been a very, very long time since Boise State has been held without a conference title in any sport or esports. So there's a lot of pressure on Boise State. I mean, I even told Doc this when I saw that news on Twitter. I was like, hey, you're kind of the last man standing in the room. You've got to bring the conference championship to Boise State. So there's a ton of pressure on these teams to, uphold that Boise State mentality of, it's always been beat your rivals, win your championship, and then, for the football team, win a bowl game or win a tournament for the Boise State esports teams. And you got to win your conference if you want to prove that you deserve to be in some of those higher tier tournaments. And right now, Boise State, I'm not going to say they're on the outside looking in, but I'm not going to say they're the favorite tonight either to get it done.
Well, just like we hear the traditional chants and everything going on in the traditional arenas for our traditional sports, you can also cheer on the Broncos in the Twitch chat with many of our exclusive emotes. You can chant Boise State, or you can even go Stabobo if you're feeling a little bit cheeky there. We have tons of great options for you. You can type in !free sub in the chat to find out more about how you can subscribe and support the Broncos that way. But also, it isn't just in terms of saving the overall conference, but Boise State esports has really been the thing that continues on for the Broncos despite everything that's happened with the coronavirus and everything that's gone on. When the lockdowns hit, it really was Boise State esports that was continuing on the competitive spirit by competing virtually, whereas the traditional sport teams could not.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's resulted in really, I think, the best year for Boise State esports, at least in terms of on-field performance. I mean, multiple national championships for Boise State have been picked up in Madden and in Overwatch in play versus in NECC. So, I mean, this has been the best year for Boise State, and I think it would just make it all the more sweeter if they could pick up 1. 2 would be fantastic as well. Haven't been keeping as close of an eye on the Valorant side, but I know Boise State is set to make the playoffs there and potentially make a run. So, I mean, if you add 2 more conference championships to this would be a fantastic end to what had been, as you mentioned, an absolutely hectic year for everyone involved, and really a kind of, I almost want to say a great send-off, but I was talking to a large bagel. This Boise State Overwatch team is incredibly young. Nobody at this current moment was an upperclassman. I think they said they're going to have a couple of juniors next year. They've got an insanely talented recruiting program or recruiting class coming in as well. We'll hear from one of them between the semifinal and the championships. I mean, this Boise State Overwatch team is getting stacked and more stacked on top of it. I mean, they're going to honestly have to make blue and blue too at this point because this team has so many talented players on it.
Yeah, I think back when we had 3 squads, it was blue, orange, and black, if I'm not mistaken, too. So we might have to expand yet again. We'll just have to see how the enrollment numbers come in. But it's gotten so much more competitive over the years, and the skill level has risen dramatically. And now we are going to see all of that come to fruition as we start off the semifinal match in the Mountain West Overwatch Championship. Boise State in the blue, Fresno State in the red.
Yeah, and I think, we talked about Shiguru, but Sliver, the Lucio player for Fresno State, he's been incredibly talented. I think that, it's kind of appropriate that Fresno State was lined up, from left to right, and it went Silver and Shiguru, because those 2 players will probably determine how far Fresno State goes in this semifinal, because I think they're the two best talented players on that team, and they have the ability to maybe cause a 2v6 in a sense and kind of pull the rest of Fresno State along with them, but only time will tell here.
Boise State and Fresno State go charging toward each other and will gauge each other on this upper level, as we have often seen. And a nice pick there, a double, in fact, from Plato, taking out Bully Hunter and Sliver as well. The Diva Mech's going to go down, and Guark picks up a double himself, doesn't want to be left out of the action. Boise State is going to pick up the first point with ease.
And this is exactly what I wanted to see for Boise State. Absolutely come out and dominate Fresno State. They get an early pick onto Bully Hunter, and 99% of the time when your Ryan's the first first one to die, you're not going to win that team fight. Now with Kel getting the remech off as well, Boise State's going to be at full strength with a pretty decent ult advantage.
Oh, and they rush through the choke point way too fast, only to be ambushed by Kel's remech. Asu continues the pain by bringing down Bully Hunter. Both their mortality fields are taken out for each team, and Boise State is now going to make even more space by pushing Fresno State back to spawn.
I will say, despite that great pick from Kel, I thought we wouldn't see anyone fall to the Diva mech. That was still two-man flashbang for the side of Shiguru. Boise State's got to be careful.
And now we see Amp Matrix going to be placed down by Asu. We see the May wall go up. Fresno State's going to change their tactics, take the other route instead. There goes Suguru with one Deadeye there. Also onto the Diva mech, and that Shatter is, unfortunately for Boise State, not going to pick up anybody. And that is going to be almost, yep, there goes a full team wipe. Almost a team wipe, but just a couple milliseconds off. But overall, a point taken for Fresno State.
Yeah, great job there baiting out the Ant Matrix from Asu and then immediately wrapping around. And unfortunately, Guac's shield only at 500. Couldn't quite sustain that long enough for the Deadeye, so Shiguru got a free pick. Gets the kill and a half, if you will, with the pick onto the mech. And now Boise State's the one kind of trapped in their spawn.
Yeah, trapped by that May wall. We do hear Tsushima bring out that Blizzard, which was eaten up by the Amp Matrix by Kel. Bully Hunter is going to try to do some CC of his own by bringing out that Shatter. Boise State throws down their mortality field, is able to take out Shiguru. MCGL bringing out, oh, the Diva Bomb plus the Diva Remech. Boise State not looking good in this push.
Yeah, and that was a weird camera angle, but I think Plato accidentally meteor striked the ceiling. So he absolutely lost all of the damage on that ult, and just really a great mech there by MGCL to turn that fight. Now Boise State, they used multiple ults to get out, but they did get the sound barrier from Sliver, so Large Bagel should have his if they want to go a bit more aggro and at least get out of this choke.
Well, now they push. They're going to be met with an Amp Matrix, immediately get out of the line of sight and wait for it to die down. And oh, we do see Guac peeled off by that May wall, and it's just attacked by Fresno State, and the rest of Boise State falls soon afterwards.
Very confusing play there for Boise State. We saw Fresno State do the exact same thing where they baited out an Ant Matrix and then they flanked from behind. I thought that's what Boise State was going for when Kel rocket boosted out and then immediately turned around, but Boise State is kind of just stuck and they're just running through the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different result.
And again, getting peeled off by that Maywall, we see Shatter and Blizzard coming out. Goblin is able to take out the Diva mech, and Baby Diva quickly answers that back by taking Goblin out. Plato using Meteor Strike, but taken out by Shiguru. Now Guac has to move on. Oh, he's not able to get to the point in time. Fresno State is going to be taking the first map.
Yeah, and I mean, just unfortunately for Boise State, they just got so tunnel vision on coming out of their spawn at that exact point, and with the last two fights were almost the exact same thing. They come through, a Maywall goes up, the first time Guac gets caught out, and then that fight immediately snowballs against them, and the second time a few more members make it out, but they're so split up that a sound barrier from a Large Bagel only lands onto two, and for Boise State, that was just awful tunnel vision at the worst time. You got to know there are multiple ways to attack the point. You don't need to just win a fight. You got to go for the point first, and or at least trying to find another way out, because they just kept running into their own deaths.
And especially that's what turned it around for Fresno State, was taking a different route. So what was the key for Fresno State ultimately evaded Boise State. Now they're going to have to get 2 wins in a row if they want to take this first match. As we can see, they're going to be bringing out Double Bubble as their first comp here. Both teams trading a few blows. We see Guac way up in the front line and getting low on health, is able to heal up. The Maywall is going to go up to get him isolated, and Goblin's going to be the first pick there from Shiguru there. And you were saying the McCree, such a big threat from Fresno State.
Yeah, Shiguru is probably one of the most talented McCrees in the Mountain West. I think him and Wildwing Bat and Plato probably are in a 3-way tie, and Boise State's now going to lose Asu as well. With a Maywall on Guac, they're going to have to retreat and fight this down one.
Well, now they're going down 2, and Boise State with no supports. Guac is having so much damage put onto him, he's going to be eliminated there. Boise State is going to find themselves staggered out a little bit. They're just going to wait to get back up to full strength.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see if we, get a bit more creativity from Boise State in terms of pushing. They've kind of tried to go over to that left side, not been able to find much success. If they keep going over there, you really got to wonder what Boise State's thought process is, as now it looks like they're going to try to go through the middle.
You saw Goblin with a flank there, was able to get onto point, take a little bit for Boise State, but is going to reset. Actually, he is still on the point, able to get it to about to half, and those Maywolves have been filthy for Fresno State. Jaguru is able to take out one with block. Goblin throws out the post bomb and evens it up, and he actually was able to take the point for Boise State, completely catching Fresno State off guard. Plato is taking out Bully Hunter, and this is the Yeah, I'm fine.
BFC is launching the greatest events of the summer, so gamers know that they are never alone. Brought to you by Antares Gaming and Never Alone Gaming, gaming teams that build a better future for mental health. And Esports Tower, paving the way for education in esports for the youth. We want the community to know that we stand together and we are united in spreading mental health awareness. We are also proud to announce that we are expanded into new games. This summer, gaming events are back.
Come on! That's insane!
Oh my God! No!
Oh my goodness!
Tried to keep it in play. Hey, Kyle!
It's over! Yodi gets it! Chris is your winner! He goes down 1 HP! Oh no!
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Yep. Welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. I am still your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Michael Fisher, covering the Mountain West Overwatch Championships. Boise State is currently going up against Fresno State in the semifinals, and a little bit of an unfortunate hiccup there. It is kind of, we're having stormy weather outside, so it was either a power surge or something just might have tripped in the general power system, just had a little bit of a cutout there. But we are back at full strength, and Boise State is certainly coming back with their hands full, because even though we cut out in that first match, they were definitely having some problems there against Fresno State.
Yeah, I mean, it really started on the first map where Boise State just seemed unwilling to adapt. They just kept trying to push in on Fresno State and start a fight. We talked about it. Fresno State had did the exact same thing as Boise State. They baited out Ant Matrix and then went for the flank from behind, caught Boise State, in an awkward spot with a perfect Deadeye from Zaguru, and then Boise State tried the same thing. They got the Ant Matrix out at the right angle and then kind of run right back into it and got caught out by a Maywall and lost their Reinhardt, and then they tried it again, and the great Maywall cut them off, and their team was just scattered across the map that they couldn't get much value out of the sound barrier. So it felt like Fresno State just played a lot better in that first game. As you mentioned, we didn't get to see the rest of Control, but right now the Bulldogs coming out as what looks to be like the better team. Boise State just a little bit rusty in that first match.
Yeah, what do you think they can most improve, since we're going to be going into hybrid for the next mode?
I mean, it really, based on what we saw, they just got to, focus down on the basics. And it almost felt like they were trying to say, well, we're the better team. We've beaten Fresno State in the past. We're just going to be able to win this one. It might be a bit of a challenge, but it felt like maybe Boise State was just too confident, get back to the basics, knowing, okay, well, we can't push out this way. Can we push out a different way? Guac kind of jumping in on that Winston from what we did see on the second map and getting taken out a couple of times. It just feels like Boise State needs to just refocus, kind of remember, hey, this is the semifinals. Anything can happen in the playoffs. Just because we beat this team in the regular season, just because we beat them in a different tournament, doesn't mean anything right now. And I think that's really the biggest thing Boise State's got to do, is just kind of, they get this little bit of a break. Maybe they're able to refocus, get some comms cleared up, and kind of say, you know what, guys, Fresno State's coming out. We got to act like we're the underdogs, because right now it doesn't feel like we're playing like the better team.
In Boise State, it wasn't just all of the constant damage that they were facing from Shiguru on McCree, but they were consistently getting split up by those Maywalls. Guac just charging in and finding himself completely isolated from the other team. The Wall and Maul coming out extremely strong from Fresno State.
Yeah, it was a really good wall and maul, as you mentioned. They caught Winston as well with the leap on cooldown that I thought was very impressive. And yeah, that May has kind of been that utility pick for Fresno State that really complements Saguru. You get the Blizzard down, makes that Deadeye a lot more successful as well. You've talked about the May wall and the disruption that it has. So I really do think that Fresno State, they have their one comp. We haven't seen them play anything else on Control, and they feel very, very confident that that one comp is going to get things done.
Well, Boise State now is going to be going into the rest of the match, finding themselves almost just a little bit uncharacteristically. I don't know if we've really seen Boise State just that dead set on one thing and not changing up their strategy. It really kind of was almost uncharacteristic of them.
To be honest, now that I think about it more and I saw that happen, I feel like that has been kind of almost a constant criticism of mine on that map, is that they've had issues where they just kind of forget that there's 3 different ways to get out of that spawn. And I've seen that in the past. And that's that one map that, I had forgotten about it because we hadn't played Busan in a while, and I think Boise State has done a good job correcting issues, but that is that one thing that I've seen from time to time. It's like, okay, we can push out from this one spot, and teams have spawn trapped Boise State almost as well as Fresno State has done at times. So it's been a while since I've seen it. It definitely felt like a major regression for Boise State. I'll be curious to see what hybrid map they did pick, because we rarely ever see Boise State in this situation, and usually we just know, okay, the other team's going to pick Kings Row. So I really am interested to see in what hybrid map Boise State's going to go with here. And like I said, last time these teams met, whoever picked the map ended up winning. Right now, that would not favor Boise State. They're going to have to find a way to steal one that Fresno State picks. But first, they got to focus on what hybrid map do they like the most, where do they think they have the biggest advantage over Fresno State, get that win on the board, get their confidence back, and then just basically turn this into a best-of-3 series.
This is going to be the main opportunity for Boise State to turn the momentum back in their favor, and we think of the kind of more off-meta maps that aren't brought up in terms of Kings Row. Some of the options are Numbani. We also have had Eichenwald be brought up as well. Just what do you think of these general kind of not chosen as much maps do you think Boise State might have the best chance on?
It's going to be very interesting because we rarely ever see Boise State, pick a map. I think New Bonnie has been a map that we've seen a lot for Boise State, but I want to say that's mainly been the orange team picking it, so I would probably lean towards New Bonnie. The other thing that would be interesting is when I was talking to a large bagel a few weeks ago when he was casting some of the orange team games with us to wrap up the Mountain West regular season, he did mention how if you want to counter UNLV, if you want to counter Silk Carpet's Doomfist, which he hasn't played as much, but it's still got to be in the back of your mind, Eichenwald is a good pick because if you know where the Doomfist is going to hang out, you can get those picks. Now, if you're looking to maybe get some last-minute practice for a map that you might pull out against UNLV, maybe you go with that. So maybe it's Eichenwald or probably New Bonnie would be my two guesses. But there's also the chance that Boise State just kind of says, you know what, let's just pick Kings Row. We play it so much that we know they have their strategy that we like to see them try. It's been iffy, I would say, in the last few weeks. But, I mean, really, any map's an option. I think Kings Row might be the leader in the clubhouse just because it's Boise State's map they've had the most competitive practice on recently.
Boise State not finding themselves in this position very often, finding themselves in the position to pick the second map. But like you said, it was the first, the last time these two teams met, it did go to a best of 5, all 5 matches. So Boise State is going to have to find one where they win, and it's the map they didn't pick. And of all the modes that are available, not counting hybrid, because they get the pick on that one, but you have payload, you've got assault, and then you've got another control if it goes to 5 maps. Of those, which do you think Boise State would have the best chance of winning but not having the map pick?
I would have to say that it would come down to, I would probably pick Assault, as the first one. I doubt that Fresno State would pick Watchpoint Gibraltar if they do end up losing here because Boise State's so strong on it. So I would say Assault just because, like we've seen, almost every team is just picking Temple of Anubis. Even Boise State has just picking Temple of Anubis. So there's kind of one of those where there isn't going to be some sneaky map pick that you would think. The other thing going in Boise State's favor is that the fact that Lijiang and Nepal weren't played in the first, and it does have to be controlled, not played for Game 5, Fresno State is almost pigeonholed into picking one of those 2 control maps that Boise State favors a little bit more than Busan. So I think Assault or Control would probably be the 2 that I would think Boise State would have the best chance at winning after not picking. They obviously don't want to get to a Game 5 situation, but those have to be the 2 with Assault being the leader in the clubhouse because I don't think in this entire Mountain West season, I know we've covered all the Boise State games. We've covered some Fresno games, some UNLV games, some games from some other teams as well. I don't think we've ever seen an Assault map besides Temple of Anubis picked in the Mountain West.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to think back. I don't necessarily think we have seen any other options. Well, normally when we are between our 2 maps, map 1 and 2, we give a shout out to one of our great sponsors, and we have had a great many sponsors over this season: ICCU, Army National Guard, and of course Air Force Reserve for the Mountain West Series Championship. We also have Idaho Codes, which is a sponsored event that we have been taking on lately. So a lot of great causes going toward Boise State, and they're definitely going to have to prove themselves in this next map on hybrid. What do you think is the main thing that they need to counter on? We've already talked about the route they take, and needing to have a little bit more of that map awareness. But when you're going up against Shiguru on the McCree or all of those Maywalls, are those the main things that they need to be countered and improved on in their play against, or is there something else that they could also improve on?
Yeah, right now it would have to be those 2. I mean, like I said, I don't think, Sliver and Shiguru feel like the 2 hard carries for Fresno State. I didn't see any, tank play that was, out of this world. Not to, dog the Fresno State tanks or supports too much. I thought it was a great ant matrix that they were able to get down that kind of pigeonholed Boise State. But yeah, I think it's got to be Shiguru. I mean, he's landed multiple double and triple flashbangs on Control, so it's got to really be focusing on, especially with payload maps, when you're going to start trying to maybe fight on that payload when you get into overtime, of watching out for the flashbangs, trying to time those cooldowns with everything else going on, knowing when, hey, you know what, he might not have flashbang, because I think that Shiguru has done a great job of pigeonholing Boise State. They tried to sort of, scope out a way to attack Fresno State on the first map, and they did eat a two-man flashbang. One of the times they pushed out through a Maywall, they did eat a three-man flashbang. So they still got to focus on trying to stay a little bit more spread out, reduce the amount of value that Shiguru is getting with those flashbangs, because right now that has been a really big difference maker in this. Nothing against, Plato, who we haven't seen too much on the McCree. He played it a little bit. It's just so hard to average 2 or 3 man flashbangs, but that's exactly what Shiguru does.
Well, we are just waiting for everything to reset and go on to the second game. As we said earlier, we do have some players in this arena, but it is also spread out across all of Boise and the greater Treasure Valley. And if you're not from around here, then Boise can definitely get a good amount of thunderstorms, and it can get pretty stormy around this time of year, so a lot of the players just having to reset in what could have been a power surge or just some sort of disruption in the grid.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing with, just how the semester timed out. Boise State, as you mentioned, isn't going to have all their players here like I'm sure they would like to make sure they're kind of all in that controlled LAN environment. We saw earlier today in our esports tower that we saw one of the players having some internet issues, and we had to put in a little bit of a pause for them. So, the ping could be an issue, because usually when you're all in the same place, the ping is going to be pretty stable. I know we have players from really all across the country, some in Hawaii. I know for the League of Legends teams, there's some players from Canada as well. So depending on where they go, once the semester ends, you have no idea if that ping is going to be as stable as it would be here in this arena that's, pretty souped up in terms of the internet capabilities, and that's something else you got to watch out for. I mean, of course, I don't know the situation for Fresno State. They could be in the exact same situation with the Mountain West tournament running a bit later this year than in previous years. So that's the one thing that's going to be interesting. I think even Fresno State, last week or 2 weeks ago, they had an issue where one of their players lost internet, and it ended up being that he lost internet at the exact same time as a team was capturing on 2CP, and they ended up having to go to overtime because they weren't able to get the pause out. So there are some issues with, as school years come to a close and school's still saying, hey, you know what, after spring break, if you're not graduating, don't come back, just stay at home. And so that is the one thing where I'll be very, very interested, if we see any more disruptions come out in the series or even in our final.
Well, the good news for Boise State, at least, is they have such a wide talent pool to draw from, of 12, around, over 10 players, I would wager, at least, is that they can at least sub someone in if someone is having a little bit of internet trouble. And we do have some great people in the wings who might be wanting to come in. What are just some of the other players outside of the Blue Squad, which have really made a name for themselves in this esports program?
I mean, for the Orange Squad, last week we saw Pleb have an absolutely insane week. We kind of joked that he might be going for a large bagels job as that support for Boise State, so he's been fantastic. I would not be shocked to see maybe him right in there. I know Narbles has been a player in that DPS position that Boise State has been trying to get into as many blue games as possible. Frost is also there, who we've seen make quite a few appearances, and then Nerdy, as you talked about, who's flexed between that support and that tank role. So there are probably about 4 other members. I really think the whole Orange Squad is talented enough. If something goes drastically wrong, they could step in a pinch and make sure Boise State's still playing at a high level. But those are just some of the players that I think, could probably be on that, hey, you know what, if things don't go well, really, like I said, the whole Orange team is probably there and waiting and saying, hey, you know what, so-and-so's not playing well, or hey, you know what, so-and-so's maybe kind of having some ping issues or lagging a little bit. Can you step in? And I think Boise State could do that, and they wouldn't really suffer too much of a drop-off.
Yeah, and I wonder necessarily what do you think is going through Fresno State's mind right now as we're kind of resetting from that bit of disruption? What kind of mindset does Fresno State need to put themselves in?
Well, I think Fresno State's in the perfect mindset. I assume Fresno State came in saying, you know what, we have proved that we are as good as Boise State. We took them to 5 games. If I remember right, Boise State did kind of roll in the control portion of that in Game 5, but still, you took Boise State to 5 games, so Fresno State has to come into this saying, you know what, we're just as talented. Things just didn't go well. I'm sure they, reviewed the heck out of that last series. They probably had a couple more opportunities to watch Boise State, maybe prep for what they want to do. They clearly look like they had a plan on control, on Busan, so I would assume Fresno State's in a perfect mindset of, look, this team is absolutely beatable. We believe that we are the team that can do that. Then we'll deal with UNLV when they come up next and see what plan we do have. But I think UNLV or Fresno State is in the perfect mindset of saying, you know what, this isn't an upset. This is 2 teams of even strength, and maybe whoever gets, one ult to go their way or one mistake from the other team away from winning. And I think so far they proved that on the game we saw.
And the Mountain West really has been divided into two tiers, even though UNLV has a bye for this semifinal round and is just going to be going on to the finals. We saw a lot of very intense competition for that fourth place spot. There were really two tiers. You know, you saw Boise State and UNLV kind of hovering above, and then everyone else was just in this all-out brawl for the two lower tiers, except for Fresno State. They, when it was all said and done, managed to match Boise State in their overall win-loss rate. I don't know if we could bring up the overall standings right now just to take another look and review, but Fresno State made a really good run in the normal season.
Yeah, and at one point Fresno State was in that conversation. I think they were at one point sitting at a 4-3 overall record, right around that mark that, or yeah, 4-2, I think, actually, overall record. They right by San Jose State, right by Utah State, right by Colorado State. They were all kind of, you know, slammed together at 2-3, 3-3. And I thought Fresno State did a really good job of kind of, you know, taking care of business. We didn't see too many of their games that weren't against either Boise State or UNLV, so we didn't get a good indicator. But this is a very talented Fresno State team. As I mentioned, they, outside of Boise State, have maybe had the most successful overall season in non-Mountain West play, making a great run in the NECC, making it to the semifinals, and even, I think, being declared co-champions with Boise State when it was all said and done. So really just a fantastic year for Fresno State, and I think that's the one thing that is nice to see, is that we know Boise State has been, you know, sort of in a bunch of other tournaments, but it's been nice to see Fresno State. I know in play versus Colorado State made it into the round of 32 playoffs before eventually losing in what was almost a matchup against Boise State in the round of 16 had they won their match. So the Mountain West as a whole is getting better and better. Of course, we know about UNLV. I know Nevada has a very talented squad, just wasn't quite able to get it done this year. So I think there are a lot of talented teams that have kind of snuck up on people in recent years, and they've been distracted by just how good UNLV has been, the accomplishments of Boise State as well. And this is an overall stronger and stronger Overwatch conference, and I know there's a lot of talk that come fall, you know, everybody in the Mountain West is going to be involved in Overwatch. I mean, you talk about the University of Hawaii. They didn't participate, but the Overwatch playoffs are being taking place, I believe, at the campus of University of Hawaii, so they're getting an even you know, sort of a bigger dive right into Overwatch. So this is a very, very talented conference, and I would not be shocked if we see a very, very close upcoming semester, and if, like I said, UNLV and Boise State start to kind of come down a peg or two and get caught by some teams.
Mountain West, the Mountain West as an overall program is really starting to make a name for themselves in choosing flashy locations for their finals, with both Las Vegas and now apparently Hawaii. So now we are going to be going to a break, and we are going to come back to the semifinal round as soon as we can get to it. So please stay tuned.
BFC is launching the greatest events of the summer, so gamers know that they are never alone. Brought to you by Antares Gaming and Never Alone Gaming, gaming teams that build a better future for mental health. And Esports Tower, paving the way for education in esports for the youth. We want the community to know that we stand together and we are united in spreading mental health awareness. We are also proud to announce that we are expanded into new games. This summer, gaming events are back.
Oh, come on! That's insane! Oh my God! No! Oh my goodness!
Tried to keep it in play.
Kyle! It's over! Yodi gets it! Trish is your winner! He goes down 1 HP! Oh no!
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full time.
While I work full time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Welcome back to tonight's broadcast of the Mountain West Overwatch Championships. Boise State is currently in a fight, their semifinal fight against Fresno State. I'm still your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Michael Fish Fisher. And Fish, I just wanted to point out before we get to anything else, I just wanted to point out the serendipity in terms of the color choices for both of us, with the blue and orange well represented. But that just out of the way, I just like to point out things like that.
No, I mean, that's totally fair. I mean, as we talked about, we'll have the championship regardless. Of course, we both have our rooting interest in Boise State, so it'd be very interesting to see, how Boise State handles the rest of the semifinal that Fresno State is definitely making them work for.
All right, well, as a quick recap, this is in the Mountain West Overwatch season, which started in 10 teams in a round-robin normal season. Boise State made a name for themselves in the normal season, going a victory in everything except falling one against the team that's currently undefeated, UNLV. But as we have talked about earlier, Boise State is certainly a team that recognizes that normal season performance doesn't necessarily correlate the same in playoffs, and they're going to find themselves one down currently as they're having to move on into hybrid. So we are going to get to the back to the game as soon as we can. I have received word that the map that was chosen, we were talking a lot about the second map choice in hybrid. The map that was chosen was going to be Blizzard World. So looking over the Boise State lineup here, what do you think overall of that choice?
I mean, it's a very interesting choice. I know it was a very, very popular pick in some other formats that Boise State played in, so it does make the most sense as sort of that map that Boise State's probably the most comfortable on. And so I'll be very interested to see in how that works out for Boise State and for what Fresno State does. Because we talk about a lot of times, it was always sort of that mantra, Boise State, is they tried to avoid Kings Row to have this sort of got 'em opportunity where they can say, oh, it's hybrid, we're not going to pick Kings Row. Are you ready for it, Fresno State? And so I think it's going to be an interesting response for Fresno State. Do they fall in those category of teams that, you know what, everyone else is going to pick Kings Row, we'll scrim Kings Row. We'll probably play the other ones a little bit here and there just to kind of get them to know what it is. So I'd be very curious to see what Fresno State's response is going to be on Blizzard World.
Well, we will try to get you back into the gameplay action as soon as we can. It might not be that we have an ability to get back into the game until we get to the third map. So right now we are just kind of waiting in limbo as it is, waiting for word back on how Boise State is going to be doing in their second match.
Yeah, and I think Boise State also, I mean, we usually give the players about a 60-second, 90-second break in between games to pick, the map and talk about what went wrong. And I think Boise State in the past has traditionally done a very, very good job of when they need to use those 60 to 90 seconds to regroup, of doing it in a very, very good way and coming back stronger. So I do think that, it would not shock me if we hear that Boise State ended up winning this map or something else, because I think Boise State has usually responded to adversity very, very well.
Well, what overall, as we're just kind of having the opportunity right now, we just have the word come in from the wire that Boise State has indeed taken that second map and has evened it up 1-1. So we're going to be going into the third map. Again, apologies for not getting into the second map, but just with the overall stormy conditions around here, you never know kind of what's going to happen. But speaking of not knowing what's going to happen, can we predict what Fresno State might choose for payload?
I would have to assume the only prediction we really could make is that it's not going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar, because Boise State has absolutely dominated teams on that. The blue team has, the orange team has. So if Fresno State has done a lick of homework, it would be to avoid Watch Point Gibraltar. I think they even pulled it out against Fresno State in that regular season game where Fresno State was able to win the hybrid map, and then Boise State picked out Watch Point Gibraltar and absolutely shut down what Fresno State wanted to do. So my one guess would be is it's not going to be Watch Point Gibraltar. Besides that, it's going to be really hard to say what Fresno State's going to lean to. I think Escort's probably that one where every team has their favorite map, so Fresno State's probably going to pick their favorite one, the one they think they're the best on, and try and get them in.
Route 66.
Probably a nice overall map. I think Boise State has had some issues on Route 66, so we'll see, what comes out.
Yeah, there were a bunch of options that they could have chosen. Dorado, Junkertown, but Route 66 is the one we are going to see, and it has a very interesting kind of first third here with that vantage point over the whole payload. Sometimes we do see snipers try to huddle up above, but we're going to talk about that just a little later. Right now, we want to remind you that this is Boise State versus Fresno State in the Mountain West Esports Series Championship. Boise State has evened it up, and now they are going to be looking to take the overall lead in this second. But as we were saying earlier, there are a couple of interesting positions here that some teams try to take advantage point at. You have that rock arch over the roadway at the first part, but then you also have, kind of the gas station in the second that some players take up in the roof.
Yeah, it will kind of tell you how confident Boise State will be if they do try and opt for a close hold to shut down Fresno State and then get that recontest around that gas station area if they do get wiped, or if Boise State wants to play it a bit more safer, hang out on that archway you mentioned about, hang out on that gas station where we've seen a lot of teams just say, we'll give you the first 50, 60 meters and we'll meet you right around that bend. So I think that's going to go a long way into saying how confident Boise State feels in this matchup. If they want to be safe, they'll just hold on the gas station. They'll wait for the fight to come to them, maybe try and get a couple cheeky picks if we see Plato play on the Ash, which he has brought out from time to time on Route 66 and done very, very well on. And so I think that's going to be kind of your first way, because if Boise State rolled on Blizzard World, I would not be shocked if they come out in a close hold. If it was a very close fight on Blizzard World, I would expect them to maybe be a little more safe, because it basically has turned into a best of three for our spot in the championship now. It's just going to be Escort, Assault, and Control instead of Escort, Hybrid, and Control. So really, I think it's going to go, how does Boise State want to play? And I would assume they'll probably play a bit safer, because you never want to lose this by making a crazy close hold and just getting wiped right away.
Well, you talked about cheeky picks, Fish, and one of the opportunities for some of those cheeky picks are also the tunnels that we can see the entrances to right here around the first bend. Definitely a lot of players having some fun catching teams off guard and taking out their backline by taking this direct route that we're flying through here. Well, Boise State is going to have a little bit more of that map awareness that evaded them in Busan.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see which. It looks like maybe Fresno State is attacking first, so we'll see if the blue and red hold for what we saw on Control, because it looks like the team that's attacking the team that's defending playing a little bit more safe in terms of how far back they're playing, and I'll be very curious to see if that is Boise State or not.
Boise State was in the blue last time we saw them, but over everything that's happened, we know that sometimes they can change colors, which always makes it a little bit harder because you're just kind of preconditioned to think of Boise State in the blue, but it could very well be on the red side. As we take a look at what both teams have chosen here, we see a double bubble is being brought on by, I would assume that's Fresno State if they are attacking first here.
Looks like that is Fresno State, so Boise State's going to answer with, Goblin on the Tracer plus that Ash. And
oh, no.
It's the Tracer v. Tracer. The Orbit Discord should help, but it does get taken away. And I don't know if Goblin's going to be able to get the pick he wanted. And Boise State did play this one very, very safe to start off all the way back on that gas station.
Yeah, it's lucky we're not going to get too disoriented from that Tracer showdown there. But here we see a large Bago is going to be getting a nice pick there onto Bully Hunter. And now that some of Fresno State's front line is taken out, Boise State is going to move in, meet them indoors here. Guac is going to hold back here. The large Bagel is taken out, but it is evened up by taking out Shiguru. And look at that Dynamite coming through, and a double for Boise State. Overall, with the res onto a large Bagel, Boise State is going to be able to hold Fresno State and try to stagger them out even more.
And they get a great pick onto Robin there. It will not shock me if Bully Hunter just wants to go running. One concern, though, is you do see MGCL's got that Grav at 84%. Very rarely do you see Grav, one of the first alts to be charged, but A huge pick onto Plato plus no Transcendence means that grab is going to be very, very hard for Boise State to defend through.
Yeah, they're going to have to... Oh, they used the sticky bomb against Sliver, though, to even it back up. But now Large Bagel is taken out. Not before he played a little bit in helping Kel take out Shishami there. And there goes Asu with a res onto a Large Bagel. And late into the fight, we see the Graviton Surge coming out, as well as the Primal Rage, helping to change it back around in Fresno State's territory. As we saw Shiguru, they were able to get a double. MCGL is able to take out Kel. Plato answers that back by taking out Shiguru there. Now taking out MCGL as well. And Plato on this Ash has been so amazing for Boise State, keeping their hopes alive and that payload from moving forward.
Yeah, Fresno State did get a bit too aggro and didn't go on that payload when they had a huge numbers advantage, and that allowed Boise State to respawn and Plato to absolutely dominate the kill feed. And I talked about him on this Ash. He's pulled it out when Boise State's been on Route 66, and he's played incredible on it. Right now, he is not disappointing.
And now Goblin with a great pick there onto Robin. That's going to be some main healing there for Fresno State. No longer available to them now. Can they keep the stagger going as Fresno State is going to... It looks like both teams are going to play it safe, though. Wait for it to get back to full strength.
Yeah, Fresno State with like a very confused plays. They had the aggro grab onto just 2 members to take them both out, but then didn't push the payload probably as far as they needed to. And now we see Boise State's going to have a slight ult advantage, but a great pick onto Plato. This next fight's going to be hard.
Yeah, Plato's been the one to turn around for Boise State. Bagel coming in there, taking out Bully Hunter. I believe that's the second time he's been able to take out Fresno State's front line. And the bomb there is also going to put Boise State at a 1 advantage, actually, with Goblin being taken out. That sort of resets both teams now. Asu does have Valkyrie available, but all that matters for Boise State right now is that first checkpoint has still not been captured.
Yeah, we're going to get one more fight here for the side of Fresno State to try and capture this first point. And Boise State's going to have multiple ults going into a nano.
That punch to the face of Plato again. Boise State's main DPS is going to be taken out, and Bully Hunter now able to get Guac as Shishami is taken out. I do hear a res coming out, but is it fully going to go through there? As we see Boise State and Fresno State now fiercely fighting over this first checkpoint, and Asu is eliminated by MGCL. That could be crucial for Fresno State, and Graviton Surge also picking up 2 for the Bulldogs. Bob thrown in at the last moment for Plato. Can he turn it around? He has been able to turn it around in the past, able to take out Saguru, fighting with Winston right now on the upper level. So many members of Fresno State down on the payload. Guac has come in, and he might be able to pull off a spin to win here, but not before he's taken out by Robin.
Yeah, unfortunately, Boise State just ran out of members. There's a great grab there again from MGCL. He's been very aggro in that sense and not saving them for the team fight winning grab, but been using it in a sense in a spot where Fresno State can eliminate 2 members very, very quickly and then can immediately start pushing on the point. So I like how he's been using that. We'll see if a Large Bagel's able to get a Transcendence up for the next one, because these grabs for MGCL have been charging quite fast.
Well, Boise State at least forced Fresno State to use up all of their time, so they're only going to get the minimum amount of time, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, get through the second point. And with a pick there, you know, Saguru they've been having so much trouble dealing with the picks from Saguru, but Plato able to get a bit of revenge there, and those Mercy reses could be crucial for Boise State in helping them get back up to full strength. We see Bully Hunter use the Primal Rage there, takes out Bagel. Plato takes out Tracer there. Boise State evens it back up. Now is going to push themselves to the advantage by taking out Bully Hunter. They're just waiting for Sliver for that bubble to wear off, and a nice hit there from Plato is going to put Boise State at a successful hold.
Yeah, I think for Fresno State, we saw them do this a couple times. They're able to jump right on to Plato and take him out. They're going to have a pretty decent time winning this next fight. I mean, you see the Nano is up. Be curious if they want to save it for Bully Hunter or use it on someone else, or maybe even save it for Shiguru, who's now on that Genji. But Boise State with a huge ult advantage. They've just got to be patient and not commit all 5 of these ults at the same time. Use 1 here, maybe 2 there, and you would have enough for the next 2 fights that Fresno State has time for.
Ooh, and we see there... We see Bully Hunter trying to get in the face of Boise State as Bob is going to be thrown out towards that Genji who hits Reflect. And now Kel is going to be using that Gravitic Flux. Bob takes out Genji and is going to get a double onto both squishies of Fresno State. Kel also taking out Sliver. Fresno State is just hitting a wall of Boise State opposition here. That's going to be all of them taken out and forced back to spawn with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, last fight here for Fresno State. Boise State did commit 4 ults in that fight, which is probably, I'd say, 1 or 2 too many. So now they're going to have, Fresno State's going to have a nano right into that primal rage. They're also going to have the pulse bomb as Goblin commits his, gets a great pick onto Sliver, which means now Fresno State's going to have to fight down 1. But if you nano onto that Winston and he primal rages, you can buy a ton of time.
You can. Boise State does have their main defensive ultimate up with Transcendence, and now here comes the nano, going to be going through Bonda Bully there. But Bully is taken out. That is a huge pick by Cal. MCGL evening it up. Both teams are still even at 5. There's the pick onto Shiguru. Goblin getting a double, coming through in clutch with a triple for Boise State. That is a huge hold there, and they are going to be able to hold Fresno State. If Fresno State doesn't keep this going and drive out the overtime clock, they did manage to get back on. The Primal Rage is used to keep overtime going. Now it's going to be a stagger in. No, it's not. Boise State holding Fresno State to just 1.
Yeah, just a really fantastic job. They killed Bully Hunter, I think, at 99% on that Primal Rage, so he wasn't able to use it to heal back up to full because the nano had already been used on him. Really a great fight there for Boise State, and it's going to put a ton of pressure on Fresno State with knowing just how little room they have to work with if Boise State's able to get that first checkpoint. But I mean, from what we've seen from Fresno State, this is a team that almost feels even with Boise State. And so if they're able to maybe go for a close hold and burn some time off the clock, they might set themselves in a spot to, even though they didn't get the greatest push, still pull off a win here on Route 66.
Alrighty, I'm going to bring out a bit of history here, Fish. You know, whenever people bring up the Civil War, how Gettysburg is always brought up as kind of one of the most influential battles. This is Boise State's Gettysburg, if you will, because we were talking about the crucial thing for Boise State is that they have to get a win on one of the maps that Fresno State's picked, because the overall pattern has been with these two teams is whoever picks the map wins. And Boise State needed to find one match in which they could get the victory without the pick.
Yeah, I mean, they're still a long way from picking up that victory, so I wouldn't, get too excited yet, because this is, you see Fresno State setting up for a close hold, so they know that they need to burn off as much time as possible from Boise State's attack, and we've seen, teams choke people out with this close hold, so depending on how much time Fresno State burns off, this could be a very, very rough map for Boise State still.
Alrighty, they're going to bring out Far Mercy and are able to get up into the skies there. And are they going to be able to get any sort of pick? Walk gets onto the payload, throws down the shield, is forced to go back to the rest of the team. No picks coming through here from this Far Mercy. They're going to be looking to just gradually push Fresno State back here. As MCGL gets up, and Shiguru with a great pick there onto Goblin. Boise State is going to have to res Goblin back up.
Yeah, you can see already 30 seconds burned off. Boise State hasn't gotten a single elimination. Guac forced to jump away. Kel now incredibly low. Finally, they get a pick onto Shiguru. Immortality Field does come down from Robin, trying for a boop off the edge, not able to find it. Plato gets taken out. Rocket Barrage used perfectly from Goblin. He picks up a double kill, and that's exactly what Boise State needed. They break that close hold in just under a minute.
Now they're going to be moving on to the gas station here. We actually see Goblin is going to try to push up and make some space for Boise State, trying to get a pick in between the cliffs here. Now, is he going to be able? Certainly hammering some damage down.
Going to get a cup, about 15% on that ultimate, which is very helpful. And Fresno State's going to get back with plenty of time to contest Boise State's next fight, and they're going to have a sound barrier to do it.
Well, Nano Boost is coming out against the sound barrier. We're also here, Plato using that Riptire, but nothing coming out from it yet. Now it comes rushing in. Bully Hunter is going to be taken out by a large bagel. Both supports coming in clutch there for Boise State to take out Fresno State's front line. Now Robin and Shijame are also taken out right after that Blizzard was used, perhaps a little bit too late in that team fight as well for Fresno State. Boise State keeps the payload moving.
Yeah, Boise State doing a great job, and I think the biggest issue here for Fresno State is they don't have an answer for Goblin. Now they finally do bring out the Ash, but then they trade off the McCree for a Tracer. Bully Hunter does a great job stalling for time, but I think Boise State's still going to be able to capture this, so they're going to have quite a bit of time, 4 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock, and now it's on, instead of Shiguru, Shishame to be able to get these picks on the Goblin.
All right, they're going to have 4 ultimates to do it, and we see a swap coming out there from Plato. Bully Hunter also is going to be moving on to the Wrecking Ball here. Now Robin throws down that Amp Matrix, going to be the only ultimate Fresno State has. A huge barrage coming through with a double there from Goblin. Boise State, though, is finding themselves bunched up in this tunnel here. The payload still isn't moving. It is contested by Fresno State. So even though their whole front line, all of Fresno State was taken out, it was Bully Hunter on that Wrecking Ball doing what a Wrecking Ball does best, stalling it out.
Yeah, and a great job by Goblin to counteract that Amp Matrix from Robin, who now swaps over to the Zenyatta. But as you mentioned, Bully Hunter bought Fresno State enough time for probably one more fight. So the Bulldogs have to fully regroup, and Goblin's just trying to spam those rockets and build as much percent as he can for one last rocket barrage.
Well, here we go. Fresno State moving toward the point, is contesting it. We see Kel has this Graviton Surge, which he throws out onto the point, but it's not going to pick up anyone from Fresno State. But look at Plato coming in with that double, and Goblin now res by Mercy. And Guac also bringing out Primal Rage onto Fresno State. They try to use the Pulse Bomb in response, but it is not going to be enough. Boise State turning it around now, going to a 2-1 lead. They're going to have 2 maps to get back in to get the victory.
Yeah, just a really great performance by Goblin. I mean, we talk about it. I mean, big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games, and that's exactly what Goblin did. Boise State needed a way to take control of this series. That Pharah play was fantastic, absolutely shutting down any hope of an Amp Matrix there for the side of Fresno State, and then going out and picking off the Ash in midair. Just a really great performance by Goblin, and puts Boise State back in the driver's seat.
Well, Boise State is involved with a bunch of great programs like Idaho Codes, which is a sponsored summer computer science program open to all 7th through 12th grade students in every Idaho school district. Teaching coding and programming courses, students who complete Idaho Codes have various credit opportunities and can network with those in the industries. Please encourage students in every district to register at idahocodes.org. The program is free for the first 1,000 students registered, and there are options to participate either on campus or online. That is idahocodes.org for more information. So now that Boise State overall picked the victory up there, I'm going to go back. Now I feel more justified in my analogy of Boise State being the turning point, because now they have the opportunity where even if they lose the next round, which of course they're not going to want to do, but even if they do, they're going to have that crucial map choice for the 5th map should it come to that.
Yeah, I mean, that's, kind of the worst case scenario. And I'll be really, there we go. There's the Temple of Anubis. So, it was probably going to be Temple of Anubis either way. So I don't really know if Assault mattered who was picking. But it is nice for Boise State. Less of a map choice and more just, as you mentioned, they get 2 chances to need just 1 victory here. And we've talked about, Into the Ground, about how much Assault is hated among the players and how just absolutely snowball-y it can be and how punishing it is when you're attacking. If you lose just 1 member, you have to basically go for a full reset. So be very, very curious to see how this Assault map plays out.
Well, in a crucial state like this, it is always a good idea to remember Doc's keys to the game, which is to never take a fair fight, and that means to take fights in unexpected places when they are unprepared, and certainly leverage that tempo. Doc's keys to the game brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network, delivering real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enabling personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. Count.com, KOUNT.com. 4th round coming up on Temple of Anubis. Boise State now finding their groove back after what was such a tough first match on Busan.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a very interesting map just because of how just, awful Assault could be. And, sometimes it can be just if one team snowballs well off the first point, they could just run through to the second point. We've seen this time and time again on Temple of Anubis. For that second point, it's not about, 3-capping it right away, but if you can throw yourself with a couple of ults, get a tick, maybe get 2 ticks, then that next time you have ult advantage, you use all of your ultimates. We've seen teams throw 6 ultimates. We've seen like 11 ultimate fights here on Temple of Anubis. You get those 6 ults together, you get 1 more tick, you do it again, then you're able to pick up the victory. So it is going going to be very, very interesting to see how these teams handle that second choke, because the first one, the defending team can do all they can, but eventually they're just going to probably get overwhelmed, as we've seen time and time again. But that second point, how do you manage your ult advantage? How do you manage making sure you get a tick or two with how close the defenders can respawn and get right back on the point if you don't get an immediate ace, are going to be things we want to keep in our mind, because the team that handles the second point better is usually the team that wins the map, not the team that has more time on the clock after they get point A.
Well, not only is the second map a point of interest, but I think you really have 2 points of interest in the first half of Temple of Anubis. You have the left route, which is so closed off, and it really kind of also depends on if the defending team has a Junkrat, because we have seen so many teams go through that route and just be met with a barrage of bombs in that narrow room. Not only that, though, but it's the main archway, the first choke point that needs to be pushed through. Look out for snipers on that point looking to get an early pick.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen that Plato is clearly ready to go on that Ash, and I would not be surprised if he brought it out defending as well, which would give Fresno State just a really big headache for at least how he played it on Route 66. So I'd be very curious, as you mentioned, maybe watch out for the snipers. If we have to watch out for a Junkrat as well. Also a Farah, when you push over to that far left side, has some sight lines that she can definitely rain bullets down or rain rockets down on you. So there are definitely some very, very sneaky ways, and that would be the one thing we want to revisit all the way back to the start of the series in Busan, is when Boise State is attacking, if they're able to be flexible, if their first route gets snuffed out, do they try something else, or do they keep running into the same issue where they just ram their heads into the wall and they try and, you know, say, oh, we're going to go left, we're going to go left, we're going to go left, and if Fresno State keeps shutting it down, do they eventually say, okay, we need to go up the middle, maybe we need to try a symmetric teleporter, maybe we even need to go right? That's the one thing I still want to keep an eye out for, because it plagued Boise State on Busan, and on Escort and Hybrid, there's kind of a path that tells you exactly the way to go. Assault's a bit more free-flowing.
Well, we are definitely going to find out right now. The gauntlet is laid down for Fresno State. They need to get 2 wins in a row to move on to the finals. Boise State only needing 1 at their match point. Whoever wins this goes on against the undefeated team UNLV in the Grand Championship for the Mountain West.
I really would like to see, you know, how Boise State handles attacking on this map, because like I said, that's the one where you can kind of get caught where you're doing the same thing over and over again that really plagued them on Busan. So see that Junkrat, there's that Ash. I would assume Boise State's defending first, and so I'll be very curious. But also, I mean, when Boise State's attacking, we haven't talked about it too much, but that left corridor that you mentioned, I guess now to the right of where our camera is, if there is ever a time for Saguru to get a 5 or 6 man flashbang, it's when a team's group pushing to that left side when they come out of that archway. So Boise State's also got to watch out for that.
Now here we go. Boise State, if they are still in blue, they are going to be defending. It looks like a very quick wrecking ball coming out for Fresno State. All alone is going to force Boise State to turn around. Now meets back up with the rest of Fresno State. It's going to be a matter to see which route they take now. Are they going to keep pushing through? It's kind of interesting. Look at that wrecking ball knocking down Kel from the upper level and disrupting Boise State. But we're going to find out how well that worked out. Well, Plato certainly not thrown off there by taking out Saguru and Sliver as well. Asu is taken out, so the res not available to Boise State. Look at that shot, though, onto Tracer there. Goblin also pitching in there. Plato being the DPS of choice for Boise State.
Yeah, Plato, like I said, he's come alive this semester. He's made Boise State really, I think, this complete team, and so far he has shown it when they needed it most with absolutely insane Ash play on Route 66, and now here on that first fight at Temple of Anubis. I see what what Fresno State's trying to do with that Wrecking Ball and Bully Hunter. They want to try and either bait out cooldowns or try and get them off the high ground. Just so far it hasn't worked as he goes bouncing past.
And now Fresno State going to have the decision now of where to push. Some of their members have gone left there. And we see Wrecking Ball trying to disrupt Boise State's positioning as much as he can. Boise State is going to back up to the point here. And also is going to be caught out by this minefield as Bully Hunter just goes wherever he pleases there. Zaguru getting the first pick onto Plato right there. It's evened up by Guac. Both teams at 5 strength there. That Diva is going way into the back and caught out by that pulse bomb. The res does come through onto a large bagel, though, so Boise State has their support back, but not their supercharger as that gets taken out by MCGL. And the point looks like it's going to be taken by Fresno State.
Plato is rushing back. I'll be curious to see if Boise State wants him to run in and commit Bob, or if they want him to just hold back. Looks like after that arrow by Shiguru, they just want him to hold back. And Boise State's going to have quite a few ults to deny this first push from Fresno State, where the Bulldogs might think they're in an ult advantage. And I'll be curious to see how this first fight goes, because Boise State has a response to almost anything Fresno State does besides that Dragon Strike.
Well, this is such a difficult point to take here. You really have to take it one tick at a time. And especially with Boise State being as loaded up on ultimates as they are, they're going to have to use them effectively, hopefully not commit them all at once. I don't think that they would.
No, but they need to commit them all at once. Only if Fresno State does the same thing as we get that Riptire to start.
Whoa!
And a huge double kill.
Look at that Riptire there. Also, MCGL's mech is taken down as well as Shiguru there. That is a great first pick onto Boise State, only needing to use one of their ultimates to force Fresno State back, and a bit of a stagger coming onto Bully Hunter as well.
Yeah, the only downside for Boise State for that Riptire is they didn't get the Riptire out after Fresno State had committed maybe something like a Dragon Strike or something, you know, like the Rally or the Transcendence, because now all that really did was, you know, Goblin was able to get the swap off guilt-free, swap over to that Tracer, but Fresno State's going to have 5 ultimates to throw at the side of Boise State, and the Broncos are going to be able to respond with maybe 4 or 5 of their own.
Well, the first one being used is the Dragon Strike as well. Fresno State is going to commit 3 at once as Transcendence is going to protect them for a little bit. Robin takes out Goblin. We hear Boise State bringing out their own Bob in response, as well as that Amp Matrix push down there. A large Bagel is going to find their Immortality Field taken out as Goblin is able to get the pick onto Sliver. MCGL also taken out of their mech. Boise State is now meeting back that ultimate push from Fresno State with 1 pick at a time, taking out Bully Hunter. A remech, unfortunately, onto large Bagel there, but a res is going to put Boise State back at full strength, and another successful hold. And I got to say, Fish, that res is kind of, it's like the sleeper for Boise State, because they've gotten so much mileage out of it.
Yeah, we have not seen many reses denied so far in this series. We do see Plato with Shiguru now on that Widowmaker get headshot there, but I thought it was a great job denying the ult push. Now they've got to deal with that minefield as Guac's going to throw his down as well.
And the minefield is going to pick up Sliver. Boise State finds themselves at the advantage again. Fresno State is pushed onto point, but now we see Robin and MCGL. MCGL is going to have their mech taken out, followed up by Asu taking out their Baby Diva, and Bully Hunter also eliminated by a large Bagel. Shishame also eliminated 1 at a time. The clock is ticking down for Fresno State with no ticks on the point yet.
Yeah, halfway through. Boise State just has to make sure they use their ults in a reactive manner. Do not want to be the aggressor, because all that does is buy you maybe 10, 15 seconds. But if Fresno State's able to get all of their ults together, that's when there's going to be issues. I mean, you do have the Widowmaker, so the infrared sight's not going to have as much value as a normal DPS ult. You see MGCL swapping over as well. So those ults might only come back up one more time for Fresno State in some cases.
Goblin is going to commit that pulse bomb there, not going to pick anyone up with it. It's only he's been able to get a pick with that ultimate, so Fresno State still at full strength as they push toward the point here. We see Shiguru down there below trying to get, and that is a huge grab on all the members of Fresno State, forces them to bring out the Transcendence in response. They're also going to use infrared sights. Plato is taken out. Boise State is going to find themselves 1 down as a large Bagel uses that Amp Matrix, turning it around, taking out Sliver, and Bob also helping to put Boise State back at the advantage. Fresno State, despite that push, still not getting a tick.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Fresno State, they're just trading 1 for 1 or 1 for 2, which is what you're not able to do on Assault because of how fast the respawns are. And now you're down to those final 60 seconds. So a nice pick there onto Plato, but he should be able to get back into the fight in time. And it's really going to come down to Shishame trying to get a huge pick with this Pulse Bomb, because that's about the only high-value ult Fresno State has, with that minefield going to be used more for control than anything else.
Fresno State, this is their main opportunity, especially on the amount of ultimates that they have. They're going to have 3 here. Here they come in. Boise State is going to be using their rally. Large Bagel takes out MGCL. Goblin is also eliminated. Both teams at 5, both using their rallies. As Fresno State needs to desperately try to get any sort of progress on this first. We saw Tracer trying to steal a little bit there. It is now going to tick back down, and Boise State is going to drive Fresno State to overtime.
Yeah, one last chance here for Fresno State with that minefield from Bully Hunter, and Guac being taken out means Boise State got to be careful, Hiller, and make sure you don't let them get any ticks.
Now the respawn is the main advantage for Boise State, being so close to that second point, and a great pick onto Sushami there. And that pulse bomb not available for Fresno State. Now Asu wins the battle of the Briggs and takes out Sliver. Kellen Goblin also pitching in to get 2 there. And that is going to be it. Boise State holding Fresno to just 1.
Yeah, just really unfortunate for Fresno State. They never had that snowball opportunity. It was a great call by Boise State when they lost point A to hold on to the Riptide, to hold on to Bob for that push from Fresno State, as opposed to trying to throw those ults out, maybe make a hero play, maybe stop them at 2 ticks on A. So really great patience shown there by Boise State. And after that, Fresno State just never had an ult advantage like you would expect to see from an attacking team who's captured the first point. Instead, they were either even or behind, and Boise State was able to push that advantage, answer every time Fresno State wanted to push in, and just really fantastic play all around.
And now Boise State finds themselves in an interesting position, because we've been talking about how to capture the second point, you take it 1 tick at a time. Now 1 tick is all Boise needs.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how the first point goes, I mean, there's an argument for Boise State. You just build up 6 ults, slam them all together. If you don't win that fight, then, okay, we got to have a discussion about how you don't win.
Calm down, Lucio.
Yeah, Lucio's, he's attempting to, transcend space and time as we know it and capture the second point right away. So, I mean, I just think Boise State, if they capture first point quick, I just say save up for 6 ults, slam your Q buttons all together at the same time in perfect harmony, and you're probably going to be able to win this and go to the championship.
Okay, here comes Boise State on their attack push. And we see Wrecking Ball already is trying to catch them off guard. He is going deep in behind Boise State. Oh my goodness, is he going to be able to flank them from behind? And they are going to trying to be using this Symmetra teleport onto the point immediately. They do manage to get onto the point, but at what cost, they have to ask themselves, because their entire front line is taken out. Goblin is trying to turn it around, but it is not going to be enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was a great job by Robin. He found that teleporter right away and was able to hit an ante onto Guac and Kel, so Boise State was not able to keep their tanks alive. Nice cheeky play by Boise State to attempt to maybe catch Fresno State asleep at the wheel, and the Bulldogs, to their credit, they did not let this 2-1 deficit get in their head. They are absolutely with the perfect response.
And Goblin is going to be disrupted on that main archway, not able to get a pick there as he's taken out by Bully Hunter. Shishame also getting the elimination onto a large bagel. Boise State just struggling here on their first push.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good job of Fresno State of almost giving Boise State a lot of land, which you think would be bad, but they're baiting Boise State to be way too aggressive, jump onto the point, and then they're picking them off from the high ground. It's been a great first minute and a half here from Fresno State.
And Wrecking Balls are going right at each other here as we see, Bully Hunter here just going through Boise State, completely turning them around. They're all having to focus on him and not pushing past the choke. Now that they're able to take out him, maybe they're going to have a little bit more of a traditional coordinated push.
Yeah, they got to get to this Widowmaker, though. He's been holding them down on the back line.
Well, they knock her off that perch there. But we see Sushame in the background. The opportunity to flank Boise State is going to be taken out by Goblin, but look at this Primal Rage coming out from MGCL. Boise State did manage to get 1 tick, so that is something to be said for this push. We see Bully Hunter taken out as soon as he hits that minefield.
Fresno State giving Boise State a lot of real estate on that point. They gave him 1 tick for free, nearly gave him a 2nd tick for free. They're just holding this high ground almost too much right now.
Going to be a matter of, can Boise State knock them off of this high ground? Well, here comes Guac intending to do just that. They have rotated off that perch and doing so with style by taking out Plato and Asu. And the Meteor Strike is also going to take out Kel's mech, and Boise State once again is pushed back to spawn.
Yeah, Fresno State's defense here has been absolutely fantastic, and I mean, they've set themselves up here to get us to a Game 5. Boise State's probably going to have one, maybe another attempt, and that pick on a large bagel is huge, which means he should have sound barrier, but it's only going to be for one last fight for Boise State.
Fresno State putting up an amazing defense here, pushing Boise State down to the final minute. They have 1 tick. They need 2 more to keep it going. Now Guac is able to do that very sneaky move through the window there, is going to try to knock off the Widowmaker from her perch, going right into them. Now is he going to be able to pick up some great picks there? There's a nice Diva Bomb onto Robin. Now some of the support has gone from Fresno State, followed by Kel taking out Shishame, and one after the other. There's the one push that Boise State needed. They're going to be moving on to the second point if all goes well.
Yeah, they're not going to have a lot of time, though, for that second point, and also with a large bagel being forced to commit that sound barrier, they're not going to have a sort of get-out-of-jail-free card for that first point, so they're probably going to have to dry fight a couple times here, maybe see if they can bait Fresno State, and especially blowing that Nano Primal Rage. If they can get those out of the way, they might be able to win. So if Fresno State can show perfect discipline in terms of ults, I have to say Fresno State's favored to get us into overtime.
We are going to find out. Boise State only needing 1 tick on the second point. Fresno State, that was kind of their main weakness, is that they kind of gave up one of the ticks on the first point for free. So will the same happen here on the second point? We see Nano Boost being put onto MCGL, who is taken out by Plato. Large Bagel was also taken out by Shishame, so both teams are at 5 strength right now. The hack coming on to Bully Hunter, and the Doomfist taken out in mid-air by Guac. Boise State finding themselves cautiously getting one after the other, and another pick onto Sliver. Can they get onto the point?
Yeah, I love that Fresno State's held on to almost every ult besides the Nano, because it's going to make it just so much harder. Boise State does have an EMP, though, that they can use. With a minefield coming down, they might want to wait this one out.
Shishame also using the Meteor Strike. There goes the hack. It's just going to go on to one MGCL, but that does take the Primal Rage off of the table for a little bit. But Boise State now is going to have to fight hard on this point with some mines still remaining. The break gets taken out as soon as she steps back on, but Bully Hunter might be able to take it back by taking out Goblin. But there's the pick onto Robin. Boise State getting one after the other. Coalescence being used by Asu. That can give him the sustain, but gets hit by that flashbang from the McCree. We also heard Shiguru using that high noon and taken out as soon as he does. And Large Bagel coming in huge here with a double. Boise State has been getting elimination after elimination, but it is a hard fight to take this second point as the clock continues ticking down.
Yeah, and you see why everyone hates 2CP, because Boise State won that fight for a solid 15, 20 seconds, but didn't get a single tick. None of what they did mattered, even that first pick onto MGCL. So now they burned off 30, 40 seconds off the clock, have nothing to show for it, have no ults online. The Nano's the closest thing up for Fresno State. And Boise State making a couple swaps. They're going to have to win a dry fight here, and that's just incredible play by Fresno State. They even canceled the rally from Sliver, and they were still able to hold that fight. So Boise State's going to be very, very hard-pressed to win this in regulation.
Well, here we go. We could be looking at a draw here for 2CP, which is what everyone loves to see, I suppose. And so here comes Goblin. That's a great pick there onto Shiguru there. That's going to put Boise State at an early advantage. They go through the side route, are able to get on point. Robin using the Nano there. We're going to see how much mileage they get out of that. Sliver very low on health as Shishame takes out Plato, pushing Boise State now back to the disadvantage. Large Bagel using that sound barrier, but not before Kel gets taken out. And that could be a huge pick there. Fresno State is using all of their ultimates at once there. Primal Rage and Minefield as well as Rally. And Boise State, are they going to have enough time? They only have 12 seconds to respawn. This is going to be so close.
They have Goblin on that Symmetra with this invisibility. He should be able to get on the point. You see he's setting up a play here. Just needs to get a toe on. Does get detected. Has the EMP. Just wanted to reset the timer, though. And now Boise State's got to have one more fight with a huge EMP.
Okay, how's that EMP? It does pick up 3 for Fresno State. This is their opportunity. They're in overtime, but Goblin gets taken out by Sliver. Can Boise State even it up? Pulse Bomb thrown out by the Tracer, Bully Hunter, and Shishame with crucial eliminations each, pushing Boise State back down. Guac uses that Primal Rage, trying to even that up by getting Sliver. Gets hit with the Sleep Dart there. Boise State still fighting on the point. Might be able to stagger some back in here. The Large Bagel and Guac are taken out. And we got a draw. All of that for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes to show you how, how unfun and how punishing 2CP could be, because Boise State had a 45-second window where they absolutely dominated. They were on the point the whole time, but because they never got a clean team kill, they could never get any progress. I think they maybe got to like 5-10% at most on the point before it was all canceled out. So unfortunately, just the awful nature of 2CP rears its ugly head, and it gets us a draw.
Well, Boise State is going to have to reset their minds after that one. But right now, you can take interest in Idaho Codes, which is a sponsored summer computer science program open to all 7th and 12th grade students in every Idaho school district. Teaching coding and programming courses, students who complete Idaho Codes have various credit opportunities and can network with those in the industries. Please encourage students in every district to register at idahocodes.org. The program is free for the first 1,000 students registered, and there are options to participate either on campus or online. So now, Fish, we see one of your concerns at the very beginning starting to kind of play through here, and that is we still have another match, the grand finals after this, and UNLV wanted to be in the position where the team that won this would have to have their minds exhausted as much mentally, and nothing can do that quite like a draw on Assault.
Yeah, and it'll be very interesting to see, how the schedule works out. I know the original plan was about a 9 o'clock Mountain Time start for the grand finals, but with that draw now, depending on how this next map goes, it could kind of bleed into 9:15 if we have to play another map on top of that. So it's going to be very interesting to see maybe how long of a break the winner of this series does end up getting. And I think the other thing that, surprisingly for having 2CP in the rotation that hasn't reared its ugly head, is I don't know if we have a clear idea of what the Mountain West tiebreakers are in terms of, does Fresno State now going to pick Control and then we go to another map? Do we go to a different map type and then we go back to Control for Game 5? I mean, there are a couple questions in terms of what the tie strategy is going to be, because we still have to play another map. I'm guessing we'll probably go to Control, and then if Fresno State wins, that's when everything kind of just breaks down and we kind of just go from there on a whim. It's going to be very, very interesting because now Fresno State will get map choice.
Well, it certainly looks like production is staying in good spirits there. Some laughing and a friendly wave from our own Glovely coming through there. Now comes the decision of what map we see. We're going to get into it. And what control map is going to be brought out? We are going to Nepal.
And I know this is a map that Boise State absolutely loves. It kind of, at the end of the season for some tournaments, replaced Lijiang Tower as their go-to map. I think it was the Play versus National Championships where Boise State had, they really love Lijiang. They picked it, actually, it was the semifinals, against Bryant Stratton. They picked Lijiang first. They lost to Bryant Stratton, got all the way to a Game 5. They had to pick Control again, and they opted for Nepal, and now Nepal has been sort of their predominant choice for Control. So I don't know if Fresno State or Boise State ended up picking this map, but this has to be Bronco favored, and a great chance here for Boise State to end this series off before we have to get too complicated and figure out what map 5 really is going to be.
Yeah, we don't want it to go beyond 5 here. Boise State still at 2-1 on match point. And now we see what they're going to bring out. They're actually going to, Goblin is going to go onto the Torbjorn here.
Yeah, I think for Fresno State, it's interesting. MDCL not on that Diva. He's had a ton of success on that Diva, so now on that Sigma, we'll see how this first fight goes.
Now here comes the first fight. They're looking to push Boise State all the way back here. Can they do it? Well, Robbins' Immortality Field gets taken out. Both of them get taken out, actually. And Shishami and Seguru both coming through. They're taken out. Boise State's front and back line now. Both of these DPSs are going to find themselves all alone. Can Goblin get back to spawn in time here? Or is he going to be staggered out even more? He is.
Yeah, and I don't know how Bully Hunter was able to survive. He was sitting on, a sliver of HP for 15 seconds. He does finally get taken out, so Boise State can maybe on the regain get back in. But a great job of keeping Bully Hunter alive, because when you lose that Rhine, fight would have gone differently if you're Boise State or Fresno State.
Maywall thrown up there, forcing Boise State to rotate around. One of their members hits the point, and Fresno State isn't contesting them. They get at least half. Now moving on to 3/4. They're onto the point. Goblin gets his turret taken out, and now the point is contested. Boise State just needs to pick up a little more. Are they going to do it? They didn't even need to win a team fight for that one.
Yeah, crazy by Fresno State. Unfortunately, for the side of Boise State, we see a shatter go down onto Cal. No follow-up, and Fresno State just completely scattered all over the place. They get a 2-man sound barrier only onto the supports there from Sliver, and Molten Core comes out probably a bit overzealous there from Goblin, but I like the play overall, and just a really bad play by Fresno State. Nowhere on the point, all over the map, and they just got way too scattered.
Well, they are going to have a Deadeye as consolation, so they can put that in their pocket. Yeah, they're cooking now.
Hey, if anyone can pull it off, Shiguru's the guy.
Well, almost gets taken out there. Very low on health. Does manage to heal back up. Boise State throws down their Immortality Field as well as their Amp Matrix. That forces Fresno State to wait this out until it wears out. Now they throw down their Supercharger, which forces Fresno State to wait even more.
Yeah, that's a ton of time coming off the clock. They pick on the Sliver. They get a multi-man Gravitic Flux as well. They slam him down. Bully Hunter, Shiguru, Shame, MGCL going down. Can Robin make the team kill? No, Sliver respawns in time. But Boise State, after that first fight, has taken complete control on this map. And depending on how long Fresno State's willing to wait, they only have 1 or 2 more fights.
Well, here comes the very crucial final fights of the match. Boise
I do want to say something real quick, though.
Oh, yeah?
If the sound barrier comes up, this is a very long fall for a large bagel. We've seen at times players not get the sound barrier off when they're this high in the air, so he needs to be careful that he doesn't sound barrier and it takes 10 seconds for him to land. Easy just lands.
Okay.
He's gotten caught there before, I will say.
Okay, here we come. Boise State Plato gets the pick onto Robin there. And Bob is now available for Plato there.
Got the Bob available, gonna call that one in, but a large bagel does get picked. Blizzard comes out, but hey, who needs to play the game when Bob picks up a triple? Plato gets frozen into Blizzard. Fresno State's gotta get on the point, and Robin didn't get there. Fresno State, it was only Robin. It would have been tough going into multiple members of Boise State, but I know it's allergy season, and Fresno State picked the worst time to be allergic to the objective.
I suppose so, Fish. I suppose so.
I mean, they didn't contest Boise State the first time. They didn't contest them in that final fight either. And now Boise State 100% away from a 3rd straight year, a date with UNLV in the championship.
Well, here we go. Now, we usually sometimes see we do see Symmetras be brought out here as both teams kind of make a mad dash to hunker down in that central point, put up a few turrets here. But are either of these teams going to use that strat?
I don't think so. I think both these teams, maybe you see Fresno State do it. I think Boise State's just going to come out in a comp that they are very comfortable in. We do see it looks like one teleporter used for the team in red for Fresno State and then immediately swapped off. Actually, no, Shiguru stayed on it and so did Plato.
So both teams are going to use that Symmetra teleport and they meet each other right at the point. Asu's Immortality Field's taken out. Large bagel. Ooh, Asu off the edge there. That is the backline taken out for Boise State. Shiguru taking a double there. And now all the members of Boise State are eliminated in that team kill for Fresno State, who takes the point.
Yeah, interesting for Boise State. In the times we've seen them on this map, I've never seen them, use this Symmetra and have success with it. That's why I thought maybe Boise State didn't want to opt for it. I thought they'd do this comp originally with the pharmacy. You get someone trapped over on that top right side, so it's going to be hard for them to regain on the point with all those Symmetra turrets, but that aerial advantage that Goblin's going to have over a May and a Symmetra should be huge.
Well, they're going to go through that teleport there. Boise State is using this Far Mercy, but not yet to pick up any. They're just firing over that roof there. But no one picked off from the back line. They still need to find a way to push on to point. Here they go through. The Amp Matrix thrown down by Robin. And Sushame gets a nice hit there onto Goblin, finding Boise State gonna have to push back again.
Yeah, the ground fair through the building into an Amp Matrix is probably not what you want to pull off there if you were Goblin. I was kind of worried when he started walking through that building that he was going to pull off the ground fair. Because I was going to say, that's the one advantage Boise State has. There is very, very little hit scan on the side of Fresno State. Is they're almost going to get a pick onto Sugar, and they've got to do it soon. Sliver's got that sound barrier that can absolutely neutralize Boise State's advantage.
Whoa, there goes Diva Bomb out there. Is going to force Boise State to get out of the way. But Guac being taken out. Now he does get rest. Here comes the barrage onto Boise State, as well as the sound barrier being used by Fresno State, giving them that survivability. But they are going to find themselves now evened up by Plato. Shiguru keeps the advantage, barely going for Fresno State. Boise State still pushing toward the point, and they have to get on it because they only have 15% left before Fresno State gets 100.
Yeah, this is the last chance here for Boise State, and it's going to start with the Deadeye and a whiff Gravitic Flux for the side of kill.
Ooh, MCGL almost going down. What did they see 9?
Kinda. If Fresno State wins this next fight, though, Boise State's not going to be able to respawn, as Goblin's going to be able to pick up a triple kill. I want to say it might have been Fresno State that did this to Boise State earlier, where they lost the point at 99%, but they lost it in a way that made it so if Boise State loses even one fight, the game is over. Boise State has to play perfect the rest of this map.
They're going to try to stagger out that Baby Diva there.
So Fresno gets 3 fights here. So they can take any kind of ult advantage they want. And if they win a single fight and flip the point, Boise State will just simply lose without enough bodies to get back on the spot. A very risky play for Fresno State, but I like it.
Ooh, but that barrage there is going to pick up a double, and they're going to burn their Blizzard for nothing there. And now Fresno State is pushed back again. Boise State towards 50% on the charge there, and a nice stagger on MGCL.
Yeah, I'm confused why Shishame wanted to use that Blizzard, because they got every ult out for Boise State. They got the Nano, they got the Valkyrie, and they got that Rocket Barrage. If you maybe, I guess it's because he wanted to swap over the McCree to try and give them some issues. One, Sugaru's got to get off the Symmetra. You're not using the teleport anymore. The minute you lose on a Symmetra, which Boise State did a great job of, just drop it. Drop it like it's hot. It's a hot potato. Throw it on the ground. And Fresno State might lose because their inability to get rid of the Symmetra.
There goes the Shatter out from Bully Hunter. Plato is taken out by Robin. Now they push back toward the point here. They throw down the Amp Matrix. A nice accretion there on Jishguru is going to take him out. A large Bagel and Guac, though, are taken out by Fresno. And now here comes that strategy you were talking about, Fish. They take the point back, and Boise State isn't able to contest.
Yeah, Boise State's going to have no one within range. Yeah, just really a great job by Fresno State. Like I said, I don't know if it was intentional, but it really lines up perfectly because Boise State basically has to defend for 100% without losing a single fight. And a great job there, and Fresno State's going to take us to a Game 3 with, trying to force us to what would be an official Game 5 after this.
Okay, Boise State going to the third map here. They do not want this to go on to a possible 6th map. So can they end this? We're at 8:50 right now, and like you said, Fish, we were hoping to start the grand finals by 9, so a win here by Boise State would put us at least on schedule-ish for that.
Boise State wouldn't get much of a break, that's for sure. So that is something else to keep in mind. And also, I mean, like I said, we have not in the regular season had to deal with a draw and then a played-out need for a Game 6. So this is going to be very interesting to see what map it's on. As this time, it's only Boise State with the Symmetra, and this is the map you'd think every team would have a Symmetra on.
Well, Boise State is able to get to the point first, but it doesn't unlock for another 5 seconds. Here's the Maywall goes up and peels Boise State. Guac is going to be taken out. They do get both lamps off of the field. Boise State is going to find their Diva Mech taken out now as Fresno State, one by one, getting the victory in this first team fight.
Yeah, now the key here for Boise State is actually Kel might turn this around. As I say, a large Bagel's now going to try and jump onto Robin, who's got that Ant Matrix available. You see Kel hunting for another remake kill, and we meme about that patch, and that remake actually just allowed Boise State to capture a point they had no business even being close to.
Well, that's kind of why Blizzard put in that buff to the remake, is to respect it if you're trying to stagger out the Baby Diva for too long. Now, we've seen the remake buff used in a bunch of other ways, but that's kind of the original reason why it was buffed.
And that bails out Boise State, because I thought it was going to be interesting. Do you keep Plato on the Symmetra long enough to throw it down the ult? Do you just swap right immediately? But now he gets those turrets up. He's going to have the Photon Barrier for the next fight with the Blizzard and a Deadeye coming up. And Boise State's in a very, very good spot right now. As you see, Fresno State's going to pop everything.
Ooh, and there goes Maywall to split Boise State up. Photon Barrier pushed out by Plato there. Goblin low on health. Needs to survive, is going to find the Immortality Field thrown on him. Jiguru not picking up anything from that Deadeye. There goes a huge shatter onto Fresno. Now can the follow-up get them down there? And look at that Death Blossom coming through. Is going to take out Sliver. Boise State now just needs to take out Bully Hunter. They get the team wipe.
Yeah, just fantastic play all around, and I think the Deadeye went into the Immortality Field. Huge shatter from Guac, and then that Death Blossom on the backside there for Goblin. And now Fresno State, if they go quickly, is going to have 2 fights, and they're only going to have a shatter. If Bully Hunter can't land this shatter, it could be curtains for Fresno State.
Well, there goes Amp Matrix thrown down by Asu, and that pushes Fresno State into an awkward position. They're going to have to go up to the, I was going to say they might take the side route, but it doesn't look like they're going to do it. They're going to wait it out, and now they're going to push up the central route here, go a little bit off to the left here, and they're going to put onto the point, and going to use their shatter, but it doesn't look like it really gets anybody, and a large Bagel uses sound barrier as the defense for it, as well as Plato throwing down that proton barrier. Walk is taken out by a flame strike though, but Kel evens it up by taking out Shishame. Now Bully Hunter and Robin also eliminated. Boise State is still 1 up, now 2 up in this fight. It isn't overtime. They focus down Shiguru. That's it, Broncos. You're going to the championships.
That was a great response by Boise State. Absolutely killing it on that third map, and now they get, you know, probably what they set out to do this whole season, which is get one more shot at UNLV. Goblin with a fantastic play on this far to pick up our play of the game here, and you know, Fresno State fought valiantly, came oh so close to getting us to a map 6, but I think once Goblin pulled out this far, we saw it a little bit, you know, on the third map, and he was just able to pop off, and there was just really no answer for Fresno State.
And that is it. Boise State winning the semifinals. Now moving on to the grand finals for the Mountain West Esports Series Championship. They are going to be going up against the undefeated UNLV. And we're going to see how that turns out in just a little bit. So you are definitely going to want to stay on this Twitch channel to find out the results. Well, what a fight from Boise State. They started out a little rough there, and it went on to a Game 5, but they are going to be moving on to the Grand Final Championships for the Mountain West for the 3rd year in a row.
Yeah, and for the 3rd year in a row, their date to the prom is going to be UNLV, and unfortunately, Boise State just has not found a way to shut down UNLV. They've lost to them both times in the championships. They lost to them in this regular season, but I know after that regular season matchup, the Boise State coaches felt like it was a very, very winnable game. They thought they had what it takes to beat UNLV. It took them a little longer than probably, a little bit more uncomfortable than they would have liked against Fresno State. But like I said, this is a very talented Bulldogs team. It would not shock me if Fresno State pushes into that upper echelon and maybe starts to give UNLV a run for their money, because they are clearly just that close to Boise State. So I think Fresno State has to, you tip their caps to them. Fantastic 3rd place finish. And now for Boise State, I mean, you can't play like you did early in this map on Busan. You probably can't play like you played against Temple of Anubis either, because UNLV will absolutely make you pay for any small mistake you make.
And now we are going to see the ICCU player of the game. Do you have any predictions there, Fish?
It's probably going to be either Goblin or Plato. I think they both had absolutely fantastic performances. Goblin might be my lean, just because I think he had those performances towards the end, and when Boise State really needed to flip things around and get back in control of this series, and especially on that last one there on Nepal. So I think that I would probably lean Goblin, but I think Plato is just as deserving.
Well, let's move on to the ICCU player of game and find out who it is. But whoever it is, I also want to give a shout out to the supports of Boise State, especially when they were on that Mercy. They got so much mileage out of those reses. But it's going to be Plato who takes it.
Yeah, I mean, his Ash play was overall fantastic. And, Fresno State just never really had a way to stop him. He charged his Bob at an incredibly fast rate and really did a great job on this Route 66, kind of getting Boise State back in the game. I thought, on Assault, which we probably don't want to spend too much time on just because of how that map ended, he was fantastic as well. And like I said, Plato's really come into his own and been that perfect complement to what Goblin wants to try and do on those more aggressive backlining heroes, especially on that Pharah. And Ash in particular has been one of Plato's best heroes we've seen him play, and he proved no different today.
Well, the player of the game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Plato is the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game. And now we go on to the grand finals. But before we get to that, we are going to be taking a short break and be looking back at the top 5 plays of the game, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 positions offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Here are your top 5 plays of the game. he is still on the point, able to get it to about to half, and those Maywolves have been filthy for Fresno State. Shiguru is able to take out one with block. Goblin throws out the post bomb and evens it up, and he actually was able to take the point for Boise State, completely catching Fresno State off guard. Plato is taking out Bully Hunter. Out from it yet. Now it comes rushing in. Bully Hunter is going to be taken out by a large bagel. Both supports coming in clutch there for Boise State to take out Fresno State's front line. Now Robin and Shijami are also taken out right after that Blizzard was used, perhaps a little bit too late in that team fight as well for Fresno State. Boise State keeps the payload moving. That forces Fresno State to wait this out until it wears out. Now they throw down their supercharger, which forces Fresno State to wait even more.
Yeah, that's a ton of time coming off the clock. They pick out the sliver. They get a multi-man gravitic flux as well. They slam them down. Bully Hunter, Shiguru, Shijame, MGCL going down. Can Robin make the team kill? No. Sliver
forces them to bring out the Transcendence in response. They're also going to use infrared sights. Plato is taken out. Boise State is going to find themselves one down as Large Bagel uses that amp matrix, turning it around, taking out Sliver, and Bob also helping to put Boise State back at the advantage. Fresno State, despite that push, still not getting a tick.
Advantage they won. And if they win a single fight and flip the point, Boise State will just simply lose without enough bodies to get back on the spot. A very risky play for Fresno State, but I like it.
Ooh, but that barrage there is going to pick up a double, and they're going to burn their Blizzard for nothing there.
BFC is launching the greatest events of the summer so gamers know that they are never alone. Brought to you by Antares Gaming and Never Alone Gaming, gaming teams that build a better future for mental health. And Esports Tower, paving the way for education in esports for the youth. We want the community to know that we stand together and we are united in spreading mental health awareness. We are also proud to announce that we are expanded into new games. This summer, gaming events are back.
Oh, come on! Come on! That's insane! Oh my God! No! Oh my goodness!
Tried to keep it in play.
Kyle! It's over! Yodi gets it! Trish is your winner! He goes down 1 HP! Oh no!
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
BFC is launching the
Welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We have just witnessed a great victory for the Broncos in the Mountain West Championship semifinals. Going to be moving on to face UNLV in the grand finals for the third year in a row. But before we get to that, I have Fish joining us as the co-caster, and he is in what I am dubbing at this very moment the Boise State Interview Lounge with Chosen, who is a very highly sought-after, highly hyped recruit for Boise State. So, Fish, why don't you take it for us and talk to one of the newest members of the Bronco family?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. Boise State's in their third straight Mountain West Championship. One of the reasons they do that, because they recruit very, very well. In collegiate sports, you can only be here so long. I'm joined by John Chosen Ranella. Chosen, very sought-after recruit. What made you pick Boise State?
Just a great school and a great esports program. Having the great arena to be able to play in, great team, cool people on the team, and it's also just a great university. It's going to prepare me for my future.
And I will say, the one thing that I told Doc when he was recruiting, you got to recruit players with good names to say. So I'm very thankful your name's Chosen. We've had some events in the nest where like, I can't say that name. I don't even know what that word is. So I appreciate that. But, I mean, what role are you looking to play for Boise State? What heroes are you strong on? What should we expect for you in the fall semester?
So I'm looking to play the flex support role. So big on the Zenyatta, the Ana, Baptiste, Moira when I'm forced to. But that's what I'm really looking to play. Love playing Zen and Ana. Bap's in the works currently, but I'm getting it up there. And really just excited to show some firepower on the Zen.
What other schools, besides Boise State, were you maybe kind of looking at? Who else was really competing for you to be on their collegiate esports team?
So I'm from Tennessee. So I did tour a lot of local schools. So I talked to Milligan. My brother went to school in Western Kentucky. I looked at their esports program, but I started talking with Doc and with Boise early on, and it was always a dream school.
2 years.
Yeah, Doc's telling me 2 years to get you here. I'm sure he will not regret a single one of those days. And, I mean, how have you interacted with the Boise State team much? Have you been able to play with them? So, I mean, what are your first impressions with some of the guys who, I'll say it bluntly, whose jobs you're going for?
Yeah, true. I did get to – I scrimmed with them the other day. I subbed for Asu, and I was forced out to the Mercy. I had to pocket Goblin, and he's very aggressive and caused a lot of deaths out of me, which I'm blaming him for. So they try to make me feed, but it's part of their play style.
Goblin has bragged about his 30 eliminations per 10 Reaper and his 10 deaths per 10 Reaper. So it definitely you'll learn very quickly. But, I mean, overall, what are your goals here at Boise State? Let's start collegiately first. What do you want to do for the Boise State Overwatch program by the time you're all said and done here?
I want to win. I want to win some stuff, at least top 4. See if we can break into the top 3, sort of take out some of the really big schools who have been dominating the Overwatch scene for the past couple of years, and win.
Hey, I love that. Now let's go off the field. Of course, you're still a student as well. What are you coming to Boise State to study for, and what are you hoping to do down the line if when your fingers brittle up when you're like 25 in the Overwatch world and you can't play professionally anymore or collegiately?
Probably looking to major in business. I'd love to be on the sort of the business side of esports, as it's it's a huge industry that's growing fast, and I'd like to be a part of it.
Well, hey, Chosen, I hope you're good luck for Boise State. I mean, we've probably heard us talk about they've never beat UNLV. If they can't get it done here, you sound like the kind of guy. I'm excited to see you in the fall, and I can't wait to get you on campus and watch your games and see, watch Goblin make you feed, and you'll just blame him. I can't wait for it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
There was Chosen, and let's see it, Jem. If Boise State can't get it done, they got a fresh bunch of faces, not only Chosen, but some other ones as well, who are going to be ready to absolutely dominate UNLV next semester.
Yeah, great job there by Chosen, and great job, of course, by you, Fish. And we want to welcome him to the Bronco family and wish him the best in his esports career. So now we have got the main event coming up. Boise State versus UNLV. This has been one of the biggest rivalries in collegiate esports. These two rivals have met each other in the finals again and again and again. And can Boise State finally get the win against UNLV that they've so desperately wanted?
Like I said, this is a matchup we've seen time and time again. I know even though Boise State lost the regular season, I talked to a lot of the coaches for Boise State. I heard from Shifty right afterwards. He's reigning NACE Overwatch Coach of the Year, by the way. And he said, we think UNLV is beatable. We think this team is beatable. There were some circumstances just around when the schedule took place. I think it was Boise State spring break that kind of threw everything in limbo. This is what Boise State believes to be a winnable series. And that's kind of the first time I've ever heard them say that against UNLV. When I've watched the past, it's like, yeah, we think we can beat UNLV. They're going to be a tough team. This year it is, we can beat UNLV. We know we can beat UNLV, and let's see if they can get it done.
Well, Boise State going up against UNLV. We are going to see what lineup they bring to the table first. We can see the standard Team Blue lineup, but very crucial for UNLV is going to be, as we can see, Silk Carpet, who has been such an incredible Doomfist, but has been branching out lately as well.
Yeah, he's been fantastic on the Tracer. I think Wild Wing Bat has also kind of come into his own. I've talked a lot about Plato being that perfect complement to Goblin. Wild Wing Bat's done the exact same thing. He has complemented Silk Carpet very, very well in the games we've seen for UNLV.
Well, Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch as a review is to never take a fair fight, and that means to take fights in unexpected places when they are unprepared, and be sure to get that tempo. That is Doc's keys to the game, brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network, delivering real-time fraud protection, account protection, and analyzing personalized customer experiences from more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. Count.com, KOUNT.com, and we start out on Lijon Tower for the grand finals.
Map Boise State probably prefers a little bit more than Busan. And I really am going to be curious. Wild Wing Bat and Silk Carpet, the guys you're going to want to watch out for. I think Slam Taro on that Wrecking Ball has had good games. He's also had some very bad games in the Mountain West. So Boise State can maybe get him on a bad game, get on that back line, kill Silk Carpet on that Tracer. They're going to have a great start. But unfortunately, Guac's taking a lot of damage already.
Taking a lot of damage, but does manage to heal up. Goblin gets hit with that orb there. Now moving on to Kel, which has taken a good bit of damage. Still managing to stay in that mech, though, as Plato goes down to a little bit above 50 there. Heals up to about health, but is going to find himself in the same. It's going to be Silk Carpet again with that double, showing why he is such a force to be reckoned with, getting those picks onto Boise State and allowing UNLV to get the first point.
Yeah, Silk Carpet, UNLV will go as far as he will take them, and they can go very, very far on his back alone. And unless Boise State can figure out this Tracer, which he's kind of picked up over the Doomfist, he gets another elimination, they're already in a hard spot.
They're going to be trying to take out that Wrecking Ball there, who quickly, Slam Taro runs away there. UNLV is going to force Boise State to wait to get back up to full health there. We see Goblin. We also see Silk Carpet. They're taking a bit of damage, and that bomb gets eaten by that defense matrix. Now Asu knocking Silk Carpet off of the edge there. Is that what Boise State needs to push on? We see QWERTY, they're trying to even it up, but Kel is keeping the advantage for Boise State by getting rid of Karma. Now Wild Wing Bat goes as well. Kel is going to lose his mech there. He's going to try to charge it back up, and Lucky also gets taken out. Boise State might be able to take this point, but sometimes Silk Carpet, you cannot count him out because sometimes he's taking the point back all by himself.
And he gets meleeed down by Goblin as well. Slam Taro was trying to play spin to win on top of the point. Great job there by Boise State. They focused down Silk Carpet. You can see how UNLV sort of crumbled around him. But this is a very talented player, and it's going to take more than just 2 picks and a lucky boop off the edge for Boise State to win this map and win this series.
Goblin throws out that pulse bomb, gets a pick onto Wild Wing there. And they were going to have to wait a little bit longer. They take out both DPSs for UNLV, and they don't have to worry about that Deadeye for a little bit longer. Karma still has that Transcendence, going to be going low on health, with Boise State managing to keep UNLV at bay for a fight.
Yeah, Boise State just got to be careful. You see QWERTY's got that grab up. Boise State does not really have a great answer with the rally down. Maybe they can minefield from Guac just to create some space. So if QWERTY gets a good rally or a good grab down, this could be trouble for Boise State.
Well, we see Plato is able to get one onto Slam there, and despite UNLV using all of their ultimates at one, Boise State is still up one in this overall fight. Silk Carpet does manage to take out Guac and is going to try to go onto Plato now, who runs out of the way, gets healed up just a little bit more. Goblin taken out by Wild Wing there, who's a great DPS in his own right coming through for UNLV here. Slam gets stunned for a little bit, and now QWERTY being able to take out Kel there. They still haven't taken the point, though. Now they do, with Boise State having 65.
Boise State's keeping the fight up, though. ASU does get taken out, but they'll trade it. Triple ante's going to land onto UNLV. Boise State looking for the punish, able to get a couple of picks on the Wild Wing and Slamtaro. Karma goes down as well. It's just Silk Carpet and QWERTY holding on to the point. Boise State's going to be able to flip it at 65-65. Oh, nice contest there at the last moment by Silk Carpet to allow his team to get back in. Lucky Shaiko just now respawning, though, means Boise State's up one.
And there goes the rally out, as well as the high noon from Plato. Just uses it there. Isn't going to pick up anybody there, but they have managed to take the point back, moving past 70% now. Is now going to prepare for their next fight against UNLV.
QWERTY now on that Diva. They got to watch out for that Deadeye from Wild Wing bat. Other than that, not many ults up for either team. Be curious to see who Alark-Bigwa wants to drop that Nano onto, and where Boise State kind of plays around that Nano as the Diva Bomb's going to come out.
There goes the Diva Bomb out, takes out two from UNLV. What a huge ultimate at a crucial time for Boise State, and they aren't going to get anything UNLV out of their own Diva Bomb. They're forced to use the Transcendence to try to drag it out, and now Boise State focuses down the remaining members on the point. Overtime clock now coming into effect. Boise State needs to hold this and take out Silk here. Are they going to be able to get to him? Forces him to recall there, and that is it. He isn't able to take the point, and Boise State gets the first win on Lijian.
100%. I mean, we still got a long way to go in this series, but ASU absolutely won that map for Boise State. He gets a great boop on the edge to stop Silk Carpet from jumping over that hole in the ground. They get the self-destruct. Then they can't win the fight. Silk Carpet has to rush back in, dies in a 1v6, and absolutely fantastic play on that break from ASU. If he doesn't land that stun onto Silk Carpet, I don't know if Boise State wins that map. So ASU has to give himself a pat on the back knowing that he single-handedly started that snowball for Boise State.
And now we move on to Night Market, going to be the second map here on Lijian Tower. We usually see a race of Symmetras here trying to get that teleport in those windows right above the point. Boise State is actually going to be using the Wrecking Ball here to try to disrupt them on that teleport and slam right into them from the second floor. Now UNLV is still on the point here. Boise State catching them a little bit off guard there, but are they going to be able to get a crucial pick here and allow UNLV to not get the point? We're going to see here as Plato is trying to push some damage through.
They got Silk Carpet on that Doomfist, which means the backline for Boise State's always got to be aware. He already gets one, but they'll trade off 2 for 2 overall. Boise State looking to cap. They're going to try and win this fight. Double Ante's going to land onto both tanks. Slamtaro's shield barely holding, and he's not able to be healed up in time, and Boise State is able to force a couple of swaps over from UNLV, but they are going to concede the point.
Well, now here comes Guac, is going to try to take that back, goes right in there, going to drop the minefield on the point there. And we see the Immortality Field is thrown down, trying to keep UNLV alive, but QWERTY and Lucky are taken out. Right after that, Amp Matrix was thrown down from Lucky as well. And that Sound Barrier coming right online for Karma is not going to go on full strength to UNLV. And I'm a bit surprised seeing these ultimates just being used willy-nilly by UNLV, where Boise State uses that Nano. Goblin and Kel each picking up Slam and Karma there. Take back the point.
Yeah, fantastic play there for Boise State. I will say those ultimates did buy some percent for UNLV, but it feels like the Rebels are panicking a little bit now. We've seen a couple of awkward ults from Karma with the solo Transcendence, the two-man Sound Barrier. It feels like UNLV's on the back foot, and that's not a place they've been very often this Mountain West season. And this has happened to Boise State in the past. When you're dominating every single team, and then you kind of get that punch in the mouth, you don't know how to respond, and that's what it feels like right now for UNLV.
Kel has the remake coming through here, is going to be back up to full health. And there goes the stun coming out there from Plato, but is taken out by Silk Carpet. Now, how much can Silk disrupt the backline of Boise State is the question. It's Lucky and Wild Wing are able to mow down Kel. Wild Wing brings out that high noon, but after the point was already kind of won for UNLV. So again, just using those ultimates as soon as they get them.
Yeah, great job here by Boise State, stalling out as long as possible. Unfortunately, Goblin not quite able to get back on the point, but just when it looked like UNLV was floundering, they strike back in a hurry with a very, very clean win. And now we'll see how Boise State does trying to fight UNLV in another 6v6. Goblin and Silk Carpet both have pulse bombs. If one of them gets a kill and the other one doesn't, I like that team's chances a lot to win this next fight.
Each team having their pulse bomb available. Goblin throws it out first, followed by Silk. Nothing picked up from either team there. Now here comes Inkel trying to make some space for Boise State, taking a lot of damage. Dives in to pick up that pack, finds Silk right behind him. Asu using that rally. Now Nano Boost used by a large bagel there. And Wildwing is the first taken out, followed by Silk on the minefield, no less. But Slam Toro and Karma keeping it even. Karma now gets taken out by Guac. Boise State back to 1 up as Lucky burns that rally there. And now they are still contesting the point. UNLV past 75% now. Boise State needs to take this point back as it looks like they have won the team fight so far, but UNLV is trying to drag it out by using that Primal Rage from QWERTY there. And there goes the debuff back onto Silk.
Put him asleep. That's a fantastic wombo combo there. Nice transcendence from Karma. They're just trying to buy as much time as possible. Similar to what we saw from Fresno State, UNLV is going to put Boise State in a spot where the Broncos cannot afford to lose a fight. Boise State should be able to flip this point, but the stall has been spectacular from UNLV, just trading off barely in time. Finally, Boise State trades off, but the Broncos can't afford to lose a single fight in the next 50%.
And you got to watch out for those 2 ultimates from UNLV. They are able to take out QWERTY, and the anti onto Wildwing is going to stop him right on in his tracks there. And so now Boise State has to position themselves right here. Now Guac is going to have that minefield coming on board.
Yeah, and Silk Carpet's got to be the guy you got to watch out for. I think UNLV might afford that luxury to wait, take one fight, knowing they'll be at full strength. Going to be 2 support ults versus 2 DPS ults, so the back line for Boise State, mainly a large bagel, as Ace, who's a little bit more tanky, has got to watch out for that pulse bomb from Silk Carpet as Wildwing Bat's taken low, and we're going to get one last fight.
Plato brings out the Deadeye there. It's going to force, looks like it might be a little bit more of a zoning Deadeye as QWERTY tries to get onto the point. Is taking a whole bunch of damage from Goblin, though. Gets taken out of his mech there, and Plato gets the crucial pick onto Silk there, followed by Lucky. The backline for UNLV is falling, followed by QWERTY there. They have driven it up to 99%. They take it! Boise State getting the first win!
Yeah, just a great response there, but I mean, I think that is going to be a map indicative of how the rest of the series goes. 99-99. I like that Nano onto Goblin, being able to try and jump on that tank line, ended up taking QWERTY out of the mech, so it was kind of, you know, a 6v5.5, and you know, Kel's going to get the player of the game, but this map is 100% Asu's map. He's going to have that, put that in his highlight reel, put it on his Twitter, I don't care. Put it wherever you want. A great stop, forcing Silk Carpet to get booped off the edge, and that allowed Boise State to win Lijiang, but it was a map they liked. That is the one thing I will say. That is a map Boise State liked, and it was the neutral pick. Where does UNLV go from here, and how do the Rebels respond after getting punched in the throat?
Well, Idaho Codes is a sponsored computer science program open to all 7th through 12th grade students in every Idaho school district, teaching coding and programming courses. Students who compete in Idaho Codes have various credit opportunities and can network with those in the industry. Please encourage students in every district to register at idahocodes.org. The program is free for the first 1,000 students registered, and there are options to participate either on campus or online. I gotta say, Fish, as we're also talking about maps here, Boise State, last time they faced UNLV, did win on Lijiang as well. So it has been the map to win for Boise State. The question is, can they continue it on? And this is the point where they branch off from their last performance. Can they keep the wins going?
Yeah, and I think last time they had a couple maps that were very, very close. And I kind of referenced it during the game. And I think the biggest question for UNLV, I mean, you know, I call it basically what I tell my friends is the NA League of Legends problem. When you dominate your region like teams like TSM and C9 do in League of Legends, then they go to Worlds and they just get slapped around because they've never really had that opportunity to be challenged. How does UNLV respond? They have absolutely kicked the Mountain West butt up and down the corner 3 straight years in a row. Boise State's given them a little bit of their run for their money, but every series has been 3-1 in UNLV's favor. We haven't gone to a Game 5. We haven't had, you know, that Boise State on match point moment. How does UNLV respond now knowing that it feels like Boise State is equal to UNLV. That is going to be my biggest question because, we haven't seen UNLV in similar tournaments like Boise State. I don't know what their, non-Mountain West schedule looks like. They might not have much practice against teams that are on their level, and that could eventually be they're going to start panicking. They're going to start saying, well, what we usually do is we just kind of slam our favorite heroes and we just end up winning. We slam the Doomfist, we slam the Tracer, and we win and we win and we win. Now what happens when Boise State has all the answers? That's what I'm looking for UNLV, and they're going to go to Kings Row, which is everybody's favorite map. I will say, I'm not sure if Boise State should pull out their, traditional defense strategy they have this semester because, to be honest, teams have figured it out.
Well, we'll see what they do here. Now, remind me correctly here, Fish, but Boise State, when they went up against UNLV, that was at the very beginning of the season, correct?
Yeah, it was week 1.
Yeah, that was week 1. So that kind of lends credence to what you were saying about UNLV might not just being challenged as much because the most competitive match was at the early season, and then they've had all this rest of the season to just bowl over.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one thing that I think is kind of nice that Boise State was able to play Fresno State, not only in the regular season, but in the semifinals, because Fresno State made Boise State work for that. They took them to 5 games twice, so technically in the semifinals there was a tie involved. And so I think Boise State, and also Boise State, we've seen them in other tournaments, kind of, have a team, like a Midland last semester, kind of knock them around a little bit, and Boise State has to sort of be like, okay, now how do we handle it when we're behind? Like I said, I do not know what tournaments UNLV has been in. I don't know how they've, if they play against teams that are maybe above their level and they practice where, hey, we're down in a series. How do we respond? Because even in that regular season week 1, I think UNLV, and it kind of showed in games 2 through 4, felt like, hey, we're the better team. We just kind of didn't, play that map right. We're going to win, and that's exactly what they did. I'm really curious because I think Boise State was right. This feels like a winnable game. Now I think is when UNLV might have the panic set in. But if UNLV responds like they should as a very talented team, I think they could easily take this series back, make it a 3-1, and we might just say, oh, what could have been on Lijiang? Can we play Lijiang 5 times in a row against UNLV maybe? Because that's the big question for me going into Kings Row. How does UNLV respond to a dominant Boise State performance?
Well, we are going to find out very shortly here, ready to load into Kings Row. I got to say, though, Boise State, their biggest improvement has been protecting their backline because it seems like maybe I could count on my hands maybe 2 or 3 times I saw kind of what we would call those signature silk carpet plays of getting doubles and triples in the backline. Remember when we first started going up against UNLV, it was every single fight. He would just get unlimited mileage in the backline. So such a huge improvement there.
Yeah, and I will say that some of that does lend to the difference between the Tracer and the Doomfist. The Doomfist has a lot more jump in, pick one player potential, where the Tracer's just kind of that nuisance, if you will, that slowly whittles you down or is able to pick you off when you're running away after a low team fight or a low health from a team fight. So I will say I would be curious if that Doomfist starts to come out in more regularity now that the Tracer has been sort of solved, if you will, for Boise State. Because that is where Silk Carpet, formerly Kevin Durant, I know some of the Boise State players still call him Kevin Durant, has made his money in the Mountain West. He has played Doomfist. He's baited a ton of teams into playing Doomfist against him as well. So props to Boise State for not falling into that trap yet. But if he brings out that Doomfist and he starts to get on that back line, then you got to be concerned. I think he's trying to expand his hero pool, which you can never fault someone for. I would not be shocked if we see more and more Doomfist and less Tracer.
Well, not to sell short the rest of the members of UNLV, but we've also seen some great performance by Wildwing and also Slam Taro, especially on that Wrecking Ball. They are players that have started to come into their own. So it used to be that UNLV was kind of, while the most dominant team, kind of a one-trick pony, really leaning on Silk here. And now he's still the main player, still a major focus in UNLV, but they have certainly built up their portfolio and are a little bit better rounded off here. Now Boise State's going to be the first one pushing in the red this time. And now here they come around. They're going to be bringing out, it looks like they're going to, bringing out the Far Mercy here. We see Silk is going to be changing over to Genji, so we'll see how that works out for him. Boise State is able to get the first pick onto Slam there. They are now 1 up in their push, and boy, taking it on their first team fight would certainly be great. They are starting on their first tick now, looking for their next victim.
Yeah, they're trying to find a pick here. This is where Boise State kind of hangs out defensively. Guac is going to get caught, but so far Boise State hasn't had anyone contest. Finally they do. Goblin's looking for some value, not able to find it. It's got to be careful. He's getting really close to that rocket barrage, but a nice pick by Wild Wing back.
Wild Wing looking to even it up by taking out Asu. And Goblin is also going to be eliminated by Silk there. Gets hit with the stun. Ooh, it's going to be a trade 1-for-1 there between Plato and Silk Carpet, with Slam ultimately winning it for UNLV. But Boise State, first push, 1 tick, so that's something.
Yeah, came really close to a second tick as well. Make this next fight a little bit easier. The Nano's online. The Dragon Blade's still at 77%. So a large Bagel can use his Nano at will. Karma's got to hold on to it. It'll be a huge rocket barrage.
That's going to be a double onto Wild Wing and QWERTY through the windows here. And now they're after the Mercy. They're going to be taking out Lucky as well. Karma also eliminated, putting the stagger onto UNLV and allowing Boise State to take the point.
Yeah, great play there. Unfortunately, like I said, UNLV with that Nano Blade comp means that Karma's kind of got his hands tied on when he can drop that Nano. He's got to save it for the Dragon Blade, so he had to hold on to it through that whole fight. Wasn't able to use it to save anybody else, but now Boise State's got to have an answer, and unless Plato lands a Sugaroo-style level of flashbang, Silk Carpet could absolutely dunk this next team fight with that Nano Blade.
Well, here comes Boise State around the corner. Silk is going to be using, they're bringing out the Nano Blade combo, but he gets hit with the Sleep Dart, and Kel is taken out of their Diva mech there. Plato using that High Noon there, as Wild Wing is taken out, is soon res, but Plato taking out Slam as well. And my goodness, huge props there for Bagel, being able to hit that Sleep Dart onto the Nano Blade at Silk, who gets taken out by Plato.
I'm going to say Boise State supports must have heard our interview with Chosen and know that he's coming for him, because they have played absolutely insane. We had the play on map 1 from Asu, an insane sleep from a large Bagel, and Boise State setting up. They might not have a second chance to contest this second point, and they're going to have a absolute insane amount of time to push point 3.
Here they come, UNLV going to allow them to get this pick. Here comes Slam there, gets stopped right in his tracks. Gravitic Flux brought out there by UNLV as Asu is taken out by QWERTY. So it is 5-5 here with Boise State. QWERTY is taken out by Plato as the Diva Bomb is thrown out. Lucky is taken out, as well as Wild Wing, and Boise State is going to find themselves pushing with a whole bunch of momentum.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time we've ever seen Silk Carpet pull out a McCree. So, I mean, Boise State has made Silk Carpet incredibly uncomfortable right now. He's not on the Tracer. He's not on the Doomfist. And 4 minutes and 20 seconds for Boise State to push around, and they've got a huge ult advantage for this next fight if they can time it right.
Well, there goes the Nano Boost out, as well as the Deadeye. Goblin also throwing out that post bomb. One on to Slam, followed by Lucky and Silk. Boise State moving toward the final point, one after the other. Wild Wing and QWERTY also taking a huge amount of damage. Wild Wing's the only one to survive, and now it is desperation tactics for UNLV. Silk changing over to the Widowmaker, and it's not going to be enough. They take it.
Boise State, like I said, I think the biggest thing, and this is an argument that we talk about all the time in the professional sporting level when there's buys involved in the playoffs, is it better to be that team that played and got hot, or is it better to be the team that's kind of able to sit back on your hands, scout a little bit, not be too stressed out? And right now, Boise State's proven that it is totally the former. You want to come in hot because they came in fantastic off that Fresno State series, got kind of the cobwebs out on Busan. We'll see how UNLV responds, but right now, I mean, you can compliment Wild Wing Bat. He's been silenced. Slamtaro has struggled as well. And Silk Carpet has been nowhere to be found right now. And he needs something, because right now UNLV is struggling to get anything going against Boise State on a consistent basis.
Here we go. Boise State now having their turn to defend. Now, as good as that push was, I have seen a lot of well, I don't want to say a lot, but I have seen instances on Kings Row where both teams are able to just steamroll through on attack, and then it goes to a knockdown, drag 'em out fight in overtime. So this is definitely a map where it can come down to the wire, so the Broncos can't get too confident in their overall standings. The only one who can be confident here is our camera operator, just effortlessly going through these doorways.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see how Boise State wants to defend. We've seen them with their, their Orisa Diva comp, and I think a lot of teams have figured it out. And so I don't like it that much. It looks like they're going to try it again. UNLV, if they just went with a standard brawl, could probably just brawl Boise State and win, but I think the Rebels didn't get the memo, so Boise State might have the advantage for a comp that struggled, as you see UNLV sticking with the same comp almost.
Well, they were able to take out Plato's turret, as Goblin's going to be the first one taken out, but a great pick there onto Silk is not going to allow those picks there to come onto the back line. And quickly a res also trying to be used as Lucky is taken out by Kel. Boise State still holding UNLV.
Yeah, Lucky tried to res right as Silk Carpet respawned, so he just kind of threw his life for nothing there, which is a very interesting choice. And Boise State starting out strong. I mean, you see Silk only 24% to that Dragon Blade. Once again, Karma's Nano is going to be handcuffed unless Silk can start getting some percent quickly.
But he's not going to get some percent as Plato takes him out with the turret of all things. Boise State managing to hold UNLV, and they are doing it in a way that I'm loving every second of it. And now they're trying to push some damage back onto the choke here. We see Goblin going to pick up a little bit of health here and wait here to try to catch them from behind there. He's going to get some hits onto the Diva. Now focusing on the Mercy, does manage to get the pick, but look at Silk there with the triple. That's what we know him for, and that's what's going to allow UNLV to get on this point.
Yeah, I like the play by UNLV. They nanoed Silk Carpet without the Dragon Blade, so he's still able to do quite a bit of damage. Molten Core does come out from Plato, though, and Boise State staying in this one as they're able to trade 2 for 2, and Kel's trying to defend as long as possible and try and stop UNLV from capping and get his team back in with the Diva buff.
And the bomb's not going to pick up anybody. Boise State is still going to engage here as Silk uses the Nano Blade to try to stop them from getting on. Excuse me, just uses the Genji Blade. It is not nanoed up, but manages to get a pick against Boise State there. He manages to pick up a double, actually, against Plato and Goblin. Now UNLV gets the point.
Yeah, you can only keep Silk Carpet quiet for so long. The beast has awakened, and absolutely, I like that play. UNLV kind of realizing, wait, why do we have to hold the Nano for a Dragon Blade? Why can't we just send him in? That's exactly what they did. He picks up a triple, then he uses the Dragon Blade on his own accord, and now we see could be headed to an overtime with a lot of time in the bank, as you mentioned.
Well, Slam starting it off by using that minefield. Bagel now using the rally. A little bit more survivability for Boise State. And Kel needs that as he is low on health. Immortality field thrown out. There comes Silk with a double into the backline, taking out Bagel. And Lucky also getting the res onto Slam, putting UNLV back up to full strength there. Now Kel is just trying to survive on Baby Diva here. Maybe build up the charge on that remech as QWERTY throws out the Diva mech, takes out Asu, and Boise State stumbling in this second part.
So Carpet deflect the Pulse Bomb onto Goblin? I'm pretty sure he did. Because he got the Pulse Bomb in the kill feed.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So, I mean, yeah, Silk Carpet has come alive. He's now got the Dragon Blade. It's Karma he's waiting for that Nano. And, I mean, this could be a spot where both teams are going to have quite a bit of time going in. As Boise State has no ults right now, they're going to be very hard-pressed. They all want to contest this unless we get a huge Deadeye for Plato.
Now here comes Lucky on the Valkyrie. Is he? Oh, Plato! Oh, he's waiting! He's waiting!
It was deflected. It was deflected up.
Oh, okay. It was deflected. Excuse me. I'm sorry. So he would have gotten that onto Silk there, but Boise State is still managing to hold UNLV. Here comes the Nano Blade out automatically, getting a double. Now make it a triple. Silk has come alive, and he is pushing UNLV to this checkpoint.
Yeah, just a fantastic play by Silk Carpet. UNLV is going to have about 18 seconds or so less than Boise State had. So if we get to overtime, Boise State will have a guaranteed time advantage. But they got to have another way to stop Silk Carpet. And now I actually switch over to the McCree. I was going to say they got to find a way to stop him on that Genji. Well, he'll stop himself, and we'll see if his McCree is going to be as good as that Genji, because from what we saw defending, it was not great.
Silk Carpet immediately getting a pick onto Plato with McCree. Accretion following up onto Bagel there. Now here comes Boise State trying to even it back up. Oh, look at that double diva bomb. Boise State is back in it. Can they keep it going? But Goblin is taken out by Silk, unable to get the pick onto him. But now here comes QWERTY, is going to be taken out by Kel. Silk Carpet getting a pick onto Asu. Boise State is still managing to stick in there by taking out Wild Wing Bat, but it is trading back and forth.
They're doing a great job pulling UNLV, burning a decent bit of time as well. I think Plato went onto that Sombra to try and counter the Genji. I'll be curious how long he's going to stay on that Sombra, as now Silk Carpet's got his first Deadeye. If there's anyone who can make me eat my words on a Deadeye, it's probably Silk Carpet. He starts with a great headshot onto Goblin.
Oh, here comes Silk Carpet with that high noon, takes out Bagel before he can get him. And now here comes Kel, going to be taken out. Finished off by QWERTY there. Boise State, it's just one at a time. Now Guac again is just going to try to knock Wild Wing off of his perch. Now has to go back and retreat here. But Boise State is going to still have this team fight against UNLV on this point.
Kel's taken very low, already out of the mech. Plato not quite close enough to an EMP, as we're going to see a rally and an Ant Matrix come out. Goblin trying to get a headshot onto somebody, but it's Wild Wing Bat who gets the headshot instead. And it looks like UNLV is going to force us here into an overtime. Boise State should have about a 2-minute time advantage. As we see a 5-man EMP does come out, but Boise State just doesn't have any follow-up to go with it.
I mean, it is the stall at this point. Even if they can't win this, they're burning off more and more time from UNLV. And they're going to be going into this with a huge time advantage into overtime.
Yeah, UNLV came alive there with that Genji, so Boise State's got to have to find an answer to it. That 2-minute time difference could prove large, but I mean, depending on how many fights UNLV can win in overtime, this is not just a said and done easy win for Boise State, put themselves on match point. They've got to find a way to stop Silk Carpet on that Genji, or he could single-handedly win this for UNLV and get us to a 1-1 game.
Well, here comes Boise State into overtime. They were the first to push here, but are they going to be the first to defend? UNLV is going to be, UNLV is going to be the ones pushing here.
And I kind of like this. I like to be the team defending first, and especially in overtime, because you know exactly how far you have to go. You're able to manage your resources just a little bit better. And, you know, UNLV, you know, they've got to feel the pressure, but, you know, let's say Boise State had gotten 2 points and maybe, you know, had faltered out around that 3rd point, UNLV would know, okay, this is exactly how to play. Now UNLV is the one setting the pace, but they have half the time. I definitely like Boise State here as we see a Roadhog come out, which is a very, very niche pick, to say the least.
Well, maybe they are hoping to just get a hook onto Silk and end it right before it starts.
I mean, Genji is, you know, known for his mobility, so that would be quite impressive if they can pull that one off.
Well, it might be setting up the challenge, but of course, just traditional pick. Whoa, look at that with Goblin with a pick onto Lucky right away, and Guac getting Silk Carpet as well. That is exactly what Boise State wanted, and this Roadhog already paying off for the Broncos.
They are going to lose Goblin, however, to Wild Wing Bat. That's going to allow the respawns to come out, and Goblin's not going to have a revive. One more pick onto Lucky Shaiko, and that should be enough for Boise State, because anytime they get a pick on anyone else, the revive is an opportunity for the side of UNLV.
Yeah, that is going to be the pick that they're looking for, as Asu and Guac are both taken out. UNLV now pushing toward the point, going after Karma here, and Silk taken out by Bagel there. But the other members of UNLV are keeping the advantage going. They're able to get onto the point, res Silk back up, and take it. And they're going to have a little bit of 45 seconds, maybe 40 seconds when it's all charged up.
Boise might be able to get a recontest off if they opt for it. No, looks like they're not going to opt for it. Instead, they'll just let them push. And the only problem here for Boise State is UNLV, if they, you know, decide to go what they did last time, they have a Nano Genji in their back pocket, and Boise State has one chance at stopping it, and that's with the flashbanger. Maybe the best Ryan charge Guac's ever had in his collegiate career.
Well, if there's any time to have your best performance, it's now. 20 seconds left in UNLV's clock there. And here we come going through. QWERTY is going to be using that remech. Does have the Diva Bomb available now. Here comes the Nanoblade out. Is going to be taken out. Asu and followed by Plato. That's the kind of mileage they were looking for there. As Goblin is struggling to get his pick as Karma is taken out by Bagel there. Now it is overtime, so if anyone gets off of that cart, that clock is going to quickly run out.
And Boise State just needs to simply win one more fight here. They're going to have to do it with a duplicate up for the side of UNLV. Depending on what Wild Wing picks, we've seen him pick Reinhardt and just go shatter, shatter, shatter against some teams in the Mountain West. It's a very, very tough fight for Boise State. They don't have a sound barrier either. They only have an Ant Matrix. If Asu can get a good one down, maybe they can catch UNLV off guard.
Well, they would certainly love to keep them from getting to 5 here. Boise State goes through, throws out the Pulse Bomb, and the Deadeye, nothing found from that. Asu throws down the Amp Matrix, and that bomb picks up Guac in the front line, but Slam answered back. 2 tanks down, 1 for each team. Now Asu's taken out by QWERTY. Large Bagel is able to stop that copy, but Silk is getting the pick into the back line like he wants to. And now the res coming on to Slam is putting UNLV back to full strength.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kel tried just a little bit too hard to try and shut down Lucky Shaiko on that Mercy, and that put Boise State at a disadvantage, and now UNLV trying to push here and see if they can go 6 points and really make Boise State have to work for this in order to get us a draw.
Well, we're going to see here. Boise State not having anything available, so they're going to have to dry fight this. The closest thing is going to be Guac on that. Is going to be Guac on that Shatter is going to be coming. We see Slam throwing out that minefield as Plato is taken out by Silk, who has just come alive in this round. Now here comes Goblin, very low on health. The Genji Blade also picking up Guac, and Silk becoming a huge problem for Boise State. They aren't able to stop him. It is just completely turned around here on Kings Row.
Yeah, Silk Carpet has had himself quite the performance on Kings Row, almost single-handedly with, well, some help from Karma willing it. Sound Barrier from a Large Bagel is going to come out, plus a 2-man Shatter onto both tanks for UNLV. They'll both get booped off the edge. Karma's going to go down as well. Boise State might be able to just barely hold UNLV and make this a winnable match. Silk's going to get hacked. He's trying to run away. He's not going to be able to do it. And Boise State, it's winnable.
It's winnable.
But that is a very, very generous statement.
Oh, my goodness. Well, UNLV is certainly not going to let Boise State just coast to victory here. The Broncos have to earn it.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest question still becomes, I mean, how do you shut down Silk Carpet and Karma with this Nanoblade combo? Every time, except for the very, very first time when Bagel got a fantastic sleep, that combo has been good for 2, 3, sometimes even 4 kills, and Boise State just hasn't had the answer. And by the time they get to where they need to get to win, they're probably going to have to go through 2, if not 3 Nanoblades. So if they don't have an answer, if they don't find some way to shut down that Genji, unfortunately, we're going to go to Game 3 tied at 1 aside.
Yeah, and that was, it might be the same way that it played out last time that these two teams fought against each other, as UNLV quickly came alive after an early Boise State victory. So we're going to have to see if history plays itself out here. But Boise State still has a decent time bank built up here. So they have 2 more minutes than UNLV had, but they need to take this first point in their first engagement. They just need to go.
Yeah, and it does look like you see the Tracer there for UNLV hiding in that health pack on the under the statue, which you would have to believe is probably Silk Carpet. So he's not going to go with the Genji to start here. So that will give Boise State a bit of an advantage. They just got to make sure they don't walk right into him. So I don't think Boise State's seen him yet.
We're going to see, we also see a Farm Mercy being brought out by UNLV. An early pick onto Slam, quickly evened up by Wild Wing there. Onto Goblin as the Farm Mercy is no longer available for Boise State. And Silk getting a crucial pick onto Asu as Slam is res there. Nice onto Wild Wing there and onto Silk there. Both DPSs gone for UNLV now. And Boise State quickly turning this around. Now pushing toward the point with Plato leading the way.
Yeah, Boise State needs to stack this capture, get it as fast as possible, probably have a body block as well, because UNLV did retreat. The Rebels want a recontest. You can see the silhouettes top left of your screen. Boise State needs to stop any sort of recontest, and that's a fantastic Deadeye to get it done.
Ooh, right onto Slam there. That's going to put Boise State at an early advantage. They have to be careful, though, because Silk is the one that can even it up, and there comes the res out for the Mercy. They are so close there on that tick. It is contested right now, and Cal getting a pick onto Wild Wing. The res coming onto Plato, and Boise State finds what they need. They're taking out QWERTY. Cal hit with the anti-nade there, is going to throw out the Diva Bomb, trying to clear out the point. It's not enough.
Yeah, Boise State.
Oh, excuse me. Cal does get the point to... Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
quick mix up there.
Good job by Boise State. That 2 minutes and 20 seconds. They might be able to parlay if they go quickly and win a couple fights onto that third point, which means they'd only have to worry about overtime in that last one. And if I'm Boise State, I'm stacking the payload here. You need this thing going as fast as physically possible.
Yeah, they've got 3 on there. As the maximum speed that it can go is 3 there. We also see Goblin here on this Sombra. Question is, who can outflank who as he's going up against Silk? Copy coming on from Wild Wing is going to be copying Winston there. Already up to half charge there. Both teams are at 5 now. And it's just trying to see, can he pick up a skull? Is it more of a zoning Deadeye? UNLV has gone completely around and is squeezing Boise State in from both sides here, from front and back. And now Boise State is still answering that back with Guac and Kel taking out Lucky and Wild Wing. That is huge. That res is no longer going to be available to them. Karma taken out. Silk still alive, but very low health right as that pulse bomb came online for him.
Yeah, Boise State, they're going to have to win one more fight before they capture the second point. They're going to have an EMP online to do it. And I'm going to be honest, UNLV should have just ran the Nano Blade because Boise State did not have an answer. Silk on this Tracer's a bit of a throw, especially if they lose this map. He has a pulse bomb available. If he can get a pick onto a large bagel or maybe camp a corpse and take down Asu going for a res, it's still winnable. But Boise State's in a great spot depending on how well this Goblin EMP ends.
Ooh, Silk is was just trying to find the right sort of EMP. It goes only on to QWERTY there, and Wild Wing picking up a double there. And that is a huge come through from Wild Wing there. Is really going to do good for UNLV. Boise State still has time available, but they only got 30 seconds to get back on that payload.
Yeah, they should have enough time to get there, but it's going to be very, very difficult. I'm shocked. I guess Goblin probably wants to stick on that Sombra just to be able to recontest the payload, but that EMP was very, very unfortunately underutilized, and Boise State's going to get one last chance. They're going to get everybody back here in time. They just got to make sure they don't get picked off by a Diva Bomb from QWERTY.
Well, here comes QWERTY using that Diva Bomb. Isn't going to get anyone. It does pick out Bagel, crucially. And now Plato is going to use that high noon. They do even it up by taking out Slam there. And the payload is moving forward. Can they get onto the checkpoint? They do. And now they got to stick to that payload for dear life. No, they're just short of the checkpoint as Lucky and Silk pick up one apiece. High noon being brought out there by Wild Wing. And Goblin getting a pick onto Silk with that punch there. Boise State still fighting furiously, taking out Lucky and Wild Wing. And after a very fierce fight on this second checkpoint, are they going to be able to cap it? There goes the flashbang onto Slam. And Goblin's going to be the one who's actually credited with that. He's already built up his EMP, so he's going to get a chance at redemption here.
Yeah, and this is going to be very hard because Boise State now no longer has the respawn advantage. It's all on the side of UNLV. Couple ults up, you see 3 on the side of UNLV. Boise State also has 3. You'd love that sound barrier to come online for a large bagel, but this is the man of the hour for Boise State. Goblin's been one of their best DPS. He needs a huge EMP, and this could be winnable for Boise State.
He does get it onto 2, but Lucky and Karma are able to use that Nano. That's a huge pick from Plato there onto Slam, but he gets taken out by Lucky and Wild Wing. Boise State is down to their last hope as Guac uses this Primal Rage to stick on the point. As you said, Fish, the respawn advantage no longer available to them as the overtime counter is very shaky. There goes Wild Wing. Oh, so close, but UNLV tying it up.
Yeah, great job there by UNLV. Unfortunately, that EMP just landing onto 2 wasn't quite enough for Boise State. And maybe you have to wonder if after that first EMP didn't work, if Goblin could have picked up a different hero for that final push. You understand why he picked it up. Great double boop off the edge there for a large bagel. in overtime to at least make the map winnable, but that's so hard to basically 3-cap in overtime, which is exactly what UNLV forced Boise State to do, and now we get ourselves a best of 3.
Well, the Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there, and they invite you to take your critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 positions, offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. So now this is where the mental fortitude comes in for Boise State.
Yep.
They have to reset here and not let this get to them.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, just a fantastic effort by the side of UNLV, being able to go as far as they did with 2 minutes less than Boise State had in overtime. It's just really an incredible feat, and that Genji just was unmatched for Boise State. They had one great sleep dart onto it, but just never found a way to counter it. Every time the Nano Blade was up, it was 2 kills, 3 kills, depending on if the Immortality field was down. I will say for Boise State, they now have a chance to bring out what I think has been maybe their strongest map all season, which is that Watchpoint Gibraltar. I don't know how much scouting UNLV has put into it. If they're ready for it, maybe Boise State tries to swap off and go to a different map, expecting UNLV to maybe be prepared for Watchpoint Gibraltar. So I'm not going to say the loss is a great thing, because it's not. Boise State would love to be on match point and have UNLV picking, kind of sweating, saying, oh, we've never been in this situation before. But I do like that Boise State maybe can pick what they think is their strongest map, give themselves 2 chances to win one map like we just saw in that Fresno State series. And there it is. It's Watchpoint Gibraltar. Boise State loves this map. If UNLV cracks this map and beats Boise State here, then I will probably have to say that, UNLV is just still the best in the Mountain West. But Boise State has a very, very good chance to put themselves on match point because, like I said, there's only one team that's ever figured out Watchpoint Gibraltar against Boise State, and it was Oregon State because they had it done to them about a few weeks earlier, and they were probably ready for it. No other team seeing it for the first time has been able to stop it. We'll see if UNLV joins that long list.
Well, and it was interesting because it's interesting that in the semifinals, Boise State didn't get the opportunity to pick Watchpoint Gibraltar. So the one opportunity tonight, I suppose, that UNLV could have kind of scouted them, would have passed. And so now Boise State is going to be fresh onto Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's going to go on to, how much, homework has UNLV done? How much are they prepared for this map? But I will say Boise State feels like this is the closest they've ever had UNLV to being on the ropes. Some of the times when Boise State has lost, 3-1, it's felt like UNLV was, maybe having a little bit too much fun, kind of let Boise State win one. This time, I think Boise State's given UNLV everything they can handle, and besides just an absolutely insane map, shout out to a large bagel. I know Blizzard's, coding loves environmental kills. I don't know how some of those nano blades weren't picked. I mean, 3Ks, 4Ks. I mean, just needing them at the most crucial times for UNLV. So if Boise State can maybe find a way to shut down this Genji, because they're going to have that May, they're going to have that Sombra down underneath that first little archway, they might be able to get it done. But right now, Silk Carpet has really shown he's no longer this Doomfist one trick. He can really flex all over the place. And McCree's been okay. I don't think the McCree's been a standout, but the Tracer and the Genji for sure, he's definitely proving he's more than just a Doomfist at this point.
Well, now here we go. Boise State going to be going up in this third fight. This is their opportunity. This is such a crucial turning point. Like you said,
yep.
if they lose this fight, they have such a steep uphill battle that, winning this fight puts them in the pattern of at least having one more opportunity to get map choice in the 5th map if they lose the 4th.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is probably, if you're a Boise State player, you're a Boise State coach, realistically how you wanted this series to go. You wanted to be able to win one early. Yeah, of course you wanted a 3-0, but I don't think that was realistic in this series. If you win one early and then you get to pick Escort because that is your best map, like I said, this is probably how Boise State drew it up, to be honest. All right, let's win on the first map. We might lose hybrid, but then we get to pick our best map, which puts us in a fantastic position, as you mentioned. Not only do they have to win, they play 2 games to win 1, they would get final pick on Game 5 if we get there. So this is probably the exact situation Boise State wanted to be in. I know they would have loved to be in a 2-0, but I just don't think that is possible against UNLV with how close these teams are. And so this is the spot. This is your moment. How do you respond to how you drew it up?
Here we go. Will Boise State's strategy ultimately work out here? This is their map. They have been able to hold teams before the first point so many times here. It's that crucial spot under the bridge. before that first checkpoint, well, they have shown that they can do it. But right now, I would assume Boise State is still in the red, because if I'm seeing Genji, I'm going to be assuming that's Silk, and UNLV is going to be the first ones to defend here.
Which is interesting for Boise State, because I know that the defending would be defending first. Almost I would have liked for Boise State, because that way you know if you shut down UNLV, you can pick accordingly. If you don't shut down UNLV, you can set your comp accordingly. So attacking first is a very interesting strategy here for Boise State. I guess they may be going to put the pressure on, and we see UNLV. They're just going to opt for the standard. They're going to hold the high ground. We'll become very familiar with this comm tower when Boise State's playing defense. And for now, it's that Genji, which means how do you stop the Genji? Somebody's got to have an answer for Boise State if they want to win this.
Well, here we go. Boise State gets immediately onto the point and starts pushing forward. It's really this bridge here that teams have met their demise. Can they get there? Guac is already low on health. Nice pick there onto Wild Wing. Gets res there, but at least the res is burned off. So now both teams still at full strength. They go under the bridge. They are pushing pretty fast here, putting up a good fight against the Rebels here. Now trying to get a nicer angle there. Plato so low on health. Okay, heals back up.
And just look at the ult difference here between Plato and Wild Wing Bat. 23% and growing. Bob's going to be up for Boise State well in advance of Wild Wing Bat.
Here comes Goblin. Needs to be wary of Silk, trying to get any sort of pick, but Silk hasn't been too aggressive on the backline of Boise State yet. That is kind of interesting. They've mostly just been kind of bunched up here.
Comes the Nano for Karma, though.
Well, Plato is the first one taken out by Slam as the payload stalls there, trying to go up that hill. Asu taken out by the anti-nade there, but nice pick from Guac onto Silk there. But Slam is certainly picking up the slack for the Rebels there, is keeping Boise State at bay.
Yeah, Silk Carpet not able to be res, which means it will take him a bit longer, but with Kel being taken out, Guac nearly staggered. Boise State, they're going to have Bob first, but they're going to have an answer. I don't know if Bob's going to do enough against the nano-bladed Genji. And if Boise State, I mean, you look there, their answer is going to be another insane sleep dart from a large bagel, and that's it. Here we go.
Well, there goes the Nano Blade, already taken out Guac and Asu, and now Cal, and that is a quadruple for Silk Carpet. Definitely where he wants to be and what we know him for.
Yeah, and that also allowed the rest of the ults for UNLV to charge up. You see the minefields available. Bob is now up for Wild Wing Bat. Lucky Shaiko has that Valkyrie, and that grab is almost online for QWERTY. And Boise State's not quite close enough to the rally to have an answer or to their own grab. So not only did that get a 4K, it allowed the rest of UNLV to charge their ult. But that's a huge pick.
Yeah, huge pick there as Nano comes out from Boise State. Minefield thrown out and Goblin hit with the sleep dart. Going to be taken out by Wild Wing. Silk crucially gets res by Lucky. Primal Rage now used by Guac. As Boise State has started the payload pushing forward again. Bob brought out by Plato, but Wild Wing also has their own Bob should they choose to use it. Now they're coming around the corner here. I don't know if they see Slam hiding behind there either.
Slam just wants to be able to disrupt. There's the Bob from Wild Wing Bat. No other ults, but Kel's got a grab. There's no answer, and he's going to use it immediately.
He throws it out. Dynamite onto Silk there, and followed by Wild Wing. Both DPSs gone for the Rebels. As we saw Slam trying to run away there, but is going to get found out by Plato as Asu takes out QWERTY, followed by Lucky. It is staggered one after the other. Boise State, after some fighting, does manage to pick up the first checkpoint, which is big considering that their main thing on this map has been to hold the other team before the first checkpoint.
I would say 2.5 would probably be my goal if I'm Boise State. Of course, you want a 3, but if you get this second point halfway to the third, I like your chances. Nanoblade's coming up once again. Question still remains. Is it just kind of a throw for Boise State, let them win that fight and then come back strong in the next one? Or do they maybe get a miracle sleep as they're going to start this fight off with their own Nano?
They start out, there comes the Nano Blade, quickly taking out Asu, followed by Plato, and from up here you can just see the full extent of the damage coming out from Silk there. And Guac, unfortunately, burning that Primal Rage, is only going to be able to use it to get away there. Is actually going to try to find out Silk here, and gets a pick, and as Boise State starts to respawn, they might have just enough time to take advantage of that.
They got Silk Carpet so low before that Nano healed and back up to full. They almost stopped it. Silk's now going to swap off, go onto that Tracer. And Plato's got to be careful. He's so low as the pulse bomb from Goblin's not going to find anything.
Ooh, does manage to heal up, though. And Bob now comes online. Up comes Guac, trying to fight up in the middle here. He's trying to push as much damage as he can. Lucky is using that Valkyrie as Wildwing and Silk both take out Goblin and Plato. DPS is gone for Boise State. Now they're going to have their work cut out for them again. They have managed to burn off one ultimate, though.
They burn one, lose one, though, as you see the grabs up in a little bit. Bob's now up. Maybe Kel can get an eat onto this grab. That would be huge. Asu does have the rally to be able to sort of sustain the team, though. But this is still going to be very hard, especially you can see that high ground control. We can't quite see Cordy from this camera angle, but you can see him lobbing those shots onto anywhere Boise State might come from, and that's going to allow him to do quite a bit of splash damage onto that Boise State side.
Well, rally now used by Asu here. Now here's their push. Slam hit with the anti-nade, uses the minefield. Nano coming out. Silk throws out the pulse bomb onto Asu, gets the pick. Now Boise State is going to find themselves stalled a little bit as Guac is hit with the sleep dart. They're still pushing forward, managing to get about to half here. As Cordy throws out that Graviton Surge. Bob used by Plato there. A large bagel is taken out by Slam there. Guac fighting furiously here. Lucky is crucially taken out, and he uses that Primal Rage to heal back up and push so much damage towards UNLV. Is able to take out Karma. That's what Boise State was looking for. Now can they get to this second checkpoint? UNLV might have enough time to recontest.
I would think UNLV's, if I'm Boise State, you got to 3-stack this payload, though, and start pushing it because you need this to go as fast as possible. UNLV will get one more contest. They're going to have their own Bob and nothing else. So if a pulse bomb here from Goblin gets a pick on to Wildwing Bat, well, never mind. That's not going to happen, but that pick would be huge. He's not able to find it.
Isn't able to find it, but is going to try to focus down Lucky here. Can he get it? Large Bagel taken out by the Dynamite. They do get the pick onto Lucky, so that is crucially going to be the res now available to UNLV, followed by Wildwing, and UNLV is finding himself pelted down from above by Plato, who's coming through in huge flying colors for Boise State. They managed to get to the second checkpoint, and they're going to be going on to the third part of Gibraltar.
A 3-cap would be huge for how Boise State plays defensively, but if you can at least get around this first corner, it's going to be challenging for UNLV if Boise State's able to play defensively on that first point like we know they like to. And I'll be curious to see how Boise State plays this with Silk Carpet once again on that McCree, which I think is a moment of opportunity for Boise State. It's his weakest hero we've seen so far tonight.
Kel Remax is very close on that Diva Bomb. He's actually going to be going up against Wildwing here using his defense matrix. We have two members of UNLV up on that bridge there in Boise State looking for that sneaky pick. Goblin going to be low on health, does manage to heal up. Rally burned by Asu, followed by Bob from Plato. UNLV has nothing because they swapped off to a completely new comp and they get a triple ante and they're able to take out Slam, followed by Karma. Can Boise State manage to take it with overtime left to spare? They are going to have at least 30, and now they can stagger UNLV out one at a time. UNLV has to have the discipline here to push as a group.
They're going to try. There's the pulse bomb over there to stop the push. Looks like one member did get on, but a huge Diva bomb from Kel. We didn't get it in the picture, but Boise State's going to put themselves in exactly the position they wanted. Now we'll see. This is the question that really mattered, though. Can UNLV break Boise State's defense on Watch Point Gibraltar?
We're going to find out very closely here. Boise State has at least done their part on attack here. You said, Fish, that it was 2.5 you'd be happy with, and Boise State had 3 with a little bit of time to spare.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 3 is perfect. Also, I mean, with the amount of time that Boise State has left, it's going to be interesting to see how fast UNLV can go. And I mean, it's really going to come down to that first point. And did UNLV do their homework? Is Boise State confident that UNLV didn't do their homework? Or maybe do you outsmart yourself and say, well, UNLV's a really smart team. Do we try something else here? Do we try maybe a different strategy? I don't think that will be the case, but this first point is going to tell you the whole story of the map. If Boise State can hold UNLV down in that first point, even if they let them cap, because Boise State, remember, they only captured the second point in overtime. It's not like they were speeding through Watch Point Gibraltar and put a ton of time in that bank. So this first point right here, thank you, camera operator, this is where everything is on the table for match point for Boise State. Right in that corridor, you're going to have a May and a Sombra, and they're going to try and absolutely grind down UNLV. It's been called mini goats, and I know a Large Bagel, he said he loves playing goats meta. See if it pays off for Boise State.
Okay, here comes UNLV's chance here. It all comes down to this first push here. And you were saying that comms tower, Boise State loves to set up there for their first push here. And they were going to be pushing as much damage as they can out. Maywall is going up as Plato has swapped over to the May for this round now. It's part of that kind of mini GOATS comp that you were talking about, but still no eliminations for either, but they are managed to crucially burn off time there as Silk has brought out, gets frozen there for a little bit. And now Maywall goes up again, but Silk is not able. Okay, he does get the pick onto Large Bagel, so that could be very crucial there for UNLV to push forward.
Boise State just burning time. Minute and a half. They have enough time for a recontest here. We'll be a little bit scattered with the Large Bagel going down. Plato's going to be the next one to fall, so will Guak and Asu. Kel's probably going to go down, trying to burn off as much time as possible. Looks like Boise State got a minute on the stall before everyone went down, and now we see if UNLV knows what's coming. If they all stick on the payload, they can push it fast enough. If they start jumping off, going to that high ground where Slam Taro and Karma are hanging out, then you know that UNLV's not going to be ready for it, but you see they're just going to 4-stack on this payload. They want to get it through this choke as fast as possible. Oh, they're starting to bail. This could be bad. You see that one member's already back. Here we go.
Okay, this is Boise State's strategy here as Silk uses that blade there, the nano blade composition going on to Asu, but QWERTY is taken out. EMP goes on to 2 members. Lucky very low on health. Silk now hacked there, and that is huge for Boise State. That is exactly what they wanted to pull off.
Yeah, I think the only downside for Boise State, I don't think they wanted to have to commit the Blizzard and the EMP. They probably wanted to get away with one or the other, but they got the Nano Blade out of the way. There is the Doomfist. Silk Carpet feels like it's time. And now Boise State's got 2 more minutes on the clock.
Here we go. Okay. We do see that health pack is hacked down there, only allowing Boise State to have access to it as Lucky uses the Valkyrie there. Anti going on to 2 members of Boise State. Shatter also coming out. There goes Silk with Guak picking up a double. That is huge as we see Diva Bomb also going to go up and cancel out that copy from Wild Wing. Slam Toro also taken out. The Broncos coming alive here on defense.
Biggest thing there is they were able to eat up 3 ultimates from the side of UNLV. You see a Sound Barrier's online for a Large Bagel. Blizzard and EMP are going to be up for the next fight. That's a huge pick onto Karma because Lucky just swapped off the Mercy as well. There's 2 fights left in this map for UNLV. They're only going to have a Diva Bomb and maybe a Nano. If Boise State can stagger out that Blizzard and EMP, this is a winnable hold for the Broncos.
Goblin is still remaining hidden here, waiting at only the right time, does not want to get revealed. He knows how close he is on that EMP. Is going to be hacking Slam. Slam does get hacked there. Boise State does get stunned there for a little bit. There comes Sound Barrier out. The only thing to go are both their mortality fields, but Kel is taken out of his mech as Silk Carpet now comes alive here. Plato does have Blizzard available there. Ooh. Lucky is keeping Boise State at 1 down as a Large Bagel and Guak and Asu are also taken down. But Boise State, I think they're going to have enough time for just 1 recontest here.
If they can get to the recontest, they are so incredibly favored with the Blizzard, with the EMP and Ant Matrix. There's only a Meteor Strike up for Silk Carpet. Goblin's still alive. This is his chance for a huge EMP to redeem himself for what we just saw. And here we go, but he gets stunned mid-cast.
No!
What a play.
That is a huge play. The Blizzard is also coming up as well as Amp Matrix, and it is not working out for the Broncos. Oh my goodness, Kel and a Large Bagel are taken out, and there Boise State is going to have to defend some more.
Just an excellent stun by UNLV. Goblin was set up in a perfect position. We'll see if he now swaps off the Sombra. I'm assuming that's what he wants to do as he runs back to spawn. Just so close for Boise State, unfortunately. That Blizzard and that EMP just never got to be used. As Goblin actually, never mind, doesn't want to swap off the Sombra, wants to stick on it for a little bit more.
Now Boise State, what looked like it would be a hold for them, has slipped away from them, and now they have to hold on the second part here. UNLV is only going to have a little under 2 minutes. They're already halfway as Boise State has allowed them to go very far on this. It's going up against QWERTY there. Nice pick onto Wild Wing there. Diva Bomb thrown out. Silk is taking out Kel. Anti-nade onto 2, actually 3 members it looked like of UNLV, who's using 1 ultimate after the other, and the Diva Bomb takes out Bagel. Unfortunately, Boise State Might just let the second point go.
Yeah, unfortunately, the first point for UNLV took longer. The second point's about to take less. Boise State wants to contest just in the... Oh, they didn't contest in time. That's a huge mistake for Boise State. And now UNLV is going to have a ton of time to try and send us to overtime.
And Boise State is falling off the edge there, knowing that they need to reset, and UNLV has saved up so many ultimates here.
Yeah, just a really good play by UNLV. Unfortunately, Boise State just a few moments away from what could have been on that first point, but they'll get the full swap off, they'll get the contest, and now they've got to try and get UNLV under a minute so both teams gain some time in that time bank.
I mean, that was a nice early pick onto Silk there. A slam does get hacked. High Noon being brought up. Whoa, look at that triple coming out from Wild Wing. That is absolutely huge for the Rebels.
Yeah, fantastic play there by a Wild Wing bat. Great Deadeye to open things up. Boise State's going to get one more chance, but that was only one alt use. There's still 3 available for the side of UNLV. Boise State will have Bob and an EMP, maybe a Nano as well. Boise State needs to get UNLV under a minute so they get that time extension in overtime.
Bob is being brought out. There goes the Meteor Strike out from Silk there. It's going to be going right on to Bob there, who isn't taken out quite yet, and that's a nice pick on to Lucky there. Boise State's going to find themselves 1 up, not giving up this final point quite yet. Goblin now up on the EMP, is looking for a nice hack there, but is still in the back line waiting for the right moment.
Yeah, can't get it canceled this time. Great job by Cordy getting right in his face. Ant Matrix goes down from Karma off screen. Boise State's able to dodge it just barely. The Nano's been used. Guac's got a Primal Rage available. Kel taken fairly low. There's the EMP, gonna land on to 5. They'll trade off 1 for 1. Cordy's the next one to be taken out of the mech. He'll get burned down as well, and Boise State now only has to defend for a minute more.
Ooh, and they have a great opportunity here to build up as much charge as they can. The thing is about UNLV is they're going to have so much available to them, and that Deadeye, which proved so crucial for them last time, is going to be online again for this next fight. But Boise State managed to hold UNLV with a lot of ultimates last time. We'll see if they can do it again.
Watch Plato's Bob charge. He needs to get it in this fight ASAP for Boise State to win.
Okay. Kel taken out by Wild Wing there. Crucially, at the very beginning, Qwerty throws out that bomb on point, ticks up Plato and Bob as well. Now, Guac is going to be able to survive somewhat on the point here because he does have that Primal Rage. It's going to come out. We see Supercharger and Deadeye being brought out. That is huge, taking out the Supercharger and Karma as well. Large Bagel is just going insane right now, pushing Wild Wing off the point. Oh, goes down at the last minute against Wild Wing. That could be absolutely huge, but Kel and Goblin are trying to keep it alive. They're trying. They have burned off more time than UNLV for overtime. Should they capture this final point? But Kel huge with the double there. Oh, it's Silk with a double of his own. Karma's on the point, but Guac is still managing to hold it. There goes the Dragon Strike out from Boise State. They did it!
They're not going to get there!
Woo!
Wow.
Oh.
This is an incredibly close series. I mean, every game besides Li Zhang has been so intense. A fantastic play, a well-deserved play of the game for Silk Carpet on this Genji. Boise State still just has no answer. Look, 17 HP. That is how close Boise State was to stopping that. The Nano heals him to full. He just slices through Boise State like they're butter from the microwave. But Boise State, this is what they wanted. 2 games to win 1, and you're Mountain West champions.
Wow. What a close game and an incredible performance from the Broncos. Well, the Idaho Army National Guard is sure proud to be a sponsor of the Broncos right about now, and they invite you to take your critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 positions offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuardGaming. And this is interesting because you would think UNLV would have the advantage here in picking the next map, but it's been Temple of Anubis so many times that just might be a given for this match. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, before we could even argue why it would be. So, yeah, I mean, that is the one thing with Assault. I know Hanamura is that one map that a lot of players that I've talked to have said, oh, I'll kind of miss Hanamura. That's the only Assault map I'll really miss. It's almost been, I mean, maybe we've seen Hanamura a couple times, so I can't say it's 100%, but I'd say 90% pick rate in the Mountain West for Temple of Anubis. So like you were alluding to, it's not really this huge advantage like picking Watchpoint Gibraltar was for Boise State for UNLV. This is a map that had UNLV won, Boise State probably would have picked themselves, and this now leads to the fact that not only is Boise State able to have a chance on Temple of Anubis, have a chance on Control. If they lose Temple of Anubis, they're going to have that map pick for Control. I will say, however, the one thing that concerns me, we talk about all the time about how alt-centric Assault is.
Mm-hmm.
Nanoblade.
I see where you're going.
And UNLV probably wins 0.2 in one fight. That's my only concern, is if they cannot find a way, and if they do pick that Genji when UNLV is attacking, there's no answer for Boise State. And usually you have to commit several ults to get one tick. You kill 4 players immediately. That's pretty dang close to getting a team kill. You just need to kill the other 2 with the rest of your team. I really do think Assault maybe lends itself in the direction of UNLV, which is putting all of their eggs in that Genji basket. And right now, Boise State has not really had an answer besides, I think, 1 out of the 7 Nanoblades have been stopped.
Well, I do have to give it to the Broncos. This is probably the best performance they have had against UNLV ever. I mean, getting those 2 wins, last time they went up against UNLV, they went 3-1. So already getting 2 victories has put them at their best performance against the top team in the Mountain West ever.
Yeah, and I think the one thing it's got to be is, this is how does UNLV respond? I mean, we talked about it all the time. They're on match point. I definitely think UNLV is a very talented team, and I would think that they have all, like I said, I think Assault favors UNLV. I really do. I think it favors that, silk carpet, nano boost with the Ana. So the one thing I haven't seen for Boise State is they tried a lot to focus down silk carpet. Maybe they try and go after Karma. Maybe they try and shut down the nano portion of the Nanoblade instead of the blade portion, and that might work out.
Yeah, that's an interesting option. We'll have to see what the Broncos go for. But now, going into Assault, it's almost surreal having Boise State at match point against UNLV. Like, I'm just going to be doing a little bit of personal reflection here because Boise State started fighting against UNLV. I think you weren't quite here when we first went up against them. And I remember on Hanamura, I was with Baratel, I remember. And Boise State was fighting so hard for the second point. And they finally did it. And I think the one person, or one of the few people left from UNLV who just respawned was Kevin. And I had I think the caster, because you and I hand it off, we do the calls and then we hand it off to the other caster to do the analysis. And I remember we had handed it off, we thought the team fight was over, and then Baratel says in one sentence, "Oh no, Kevin's back," and he got a quadruple. So to see the Broncos come from that to this is just an insane journey.
Well, I mean, it's still a very, respectable. That's a very fantastic way to describe what, honestly, what we've seen tonight is there's Kevin Durant with the, we'll probably see it right here. There's Kevin Durant with the triple. Actually, I think this is the one time they did stop him because he got caught in that blizzard into that EMP. So it really is going to come down to, I think Silk Carpet is going to have to carry this team. But like I said, that Nanoblade style of play, honestly, right now, I think is going to be huge. This was just a fantastic, just absolutely insane fight. It really came down to Kellen, that baby diva form, kiting it out long enough. Just a fantastic overall play for both teams. And, I mean, this series, it just shows how close this series is. 4 meters, 3 meters is the difference between us right now where we are being in overtime on Watchpoint Gibraltar still. So, really just an crazy performance by both these teams.
One of 2 opportunities for the Broncos to win. This 4th game is probably going to be the more challenging of the 2 to get the victory in, but we are ready for it. And here come the Broncos against UNLV. Remember, this is for the Grand Championship in the Mountain West. These 2 teams have been top rivals against each other for 3 years in a row. They have made it to the finals, and UNLV has won for the last 2 times. So the Broncos would definitely love to keep this rivalry going and get their first victory of what has been the undisputed top team in the Mountain West.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, they've been here for a while, but this is the first time, like you mentioned, that Boise State's had an opportunity to win the series. They've had a couple times where if this maybe happened this way, maybe we're on game point, but I think that this is, you said, this is Boise State's best opportunity. I would personally say I think we're going to a game 5 just because I think UNLV has shown great resiliency this entire series when Boise State has struck first, and I think Boise State's going to have a very, very hard time stopping that Genji because he's just such a hard champion to stop. If you think about it, you have a flashbang, you have a sleep, maybe you have a stun, but he's just so mobile. Boise State could definitely do it, though. We saw in that last replay, he was at 17 health before they shut that whole thing down. But like I said, maybe you go after Karma. Maybe you stop the Nano from going out as opposed to stopping the Blade from going out. Because we've seen at times, Dragon Blade by itself is very lackluster.
Well, but I remember also Silk has been more than happy to just use Dragon Blade by himself and still manage to get 2 or 3. That's just how good he is on these quick mobile pick type heroes. So even without the nano boost, it is still such a force to be reckoned with. It almost is kind of a next level type of thinking in that you have a hero that's weak to stuns and CC, but he's just so mobile that that's the counter to the threat of the CC.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing with the nano is almost the fact that it heals him. I mean, right? Like, if you don't nano him at 17 HP, maybe you're able to pick him off. So I think you're totally right. We've seen Silk Carpet do it. We've also, there was a couple series, I think it was against Wyoming, where he got a nano blade 4K. The next time he tried to nano, or he tried to blade without a nano and got like a 1K and died. So, I mean, there definitely is that power balance where I think Silk Carpet, formerly Kevin Durant, can pop off without the nano, but the nano just makes it a safer play, if you will, Jem. Is probably the best way to say it. It's easier. It's a lot safer when you have the nano as opposed to when you're running in knowing, yeah, I don't have a way to full heal. I just kind of got to keep going for it and hope I don't get hit by a stun. So you're right. He definitely can pop off without it. It just is overall safer and leads to those bigger kill feed moments.
I don't know if you saw it, Fish, but I saw 4 water bottles near Bagel on that screen.
He's hydrated.
Yeah, well, if there's any match that I would just be nervously, downing water bottle after water bottle, it would be this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very, very tough. I do think the one thing I like about Temple of Anubis, I've said so much about Silk Carpet, is I do think Plato, this is probably his best map overall for that Ashe, especially defending point 1. He has absolutely been a monster tonight on that hero. So it could almost be Ashe versus Genji, Nano Blade versus Bob. Really what it feels like it's going to come down to is it looks like, unless the colors have changed, it's Boise State attacking first. And I will say, defensively, the Genji doesn't get as much value because you're stuck waiting for the Nano Blade as opposed to attacking with the Nano Blade. So I'll be curious to see, and probably with that Tracer all the way up there, as that Silk Carpet on that Tracer, which I think, gives Boise State a very good chance to put pressure on UNLV with a, 2 minutes, minute and a half in overtime kind of situation.
Now here comes Boise State is going to be pushing through this first choke point here. They're just kind of tentatively waiting, trying to feel out UNLV, see what kind of composition they have. This Goblin is going to be on this Widowmaker, can be very crucial up on that archway, trying to get the vantage point. They're going to take the left route here, try to push some damage onto Slam, who has gone to disrupt Goblin off of that high vantage point, and Guac now falling as well. And it's not going to be a successful first push for the Broncos.
It's a great pick onto Silk Carpet, though, there for the side of Plato. And yeah, that's a great job there by Slam Taro, kind of taking it upon himself to challenge Goblin up on that high perch. And we'll see if Goblin wants to go back there. So large Bagel barely gets out after that ante landed on him.
Here comes take 2 for the Broncos. Going to be pushing through here. It's going to be taking the central route as they just missed there. With that slam coming down from Guac there, who's facing up against Slam Taro. Battle of the Wrecking Balls here. Both of them are really close to each other, in fact, and QWERTY is going to be taking Cal out of their mech there. So Cal has to heal back up, is already past half to that remech there. Goblin is going to get disrupted yet again by Slam Taro. Same situation. Slam is going to be setting off that booby trap, but not enough.
Yeah, that's a great job by UNLV. You noticed when we were watching alongside Goblin, he scoped in, and the only person he could see was Slam Taro rolling right at him. So I think that, yeah, he's going to go over to that Tracer. I was going to say, that Widow's just not working. It's been a great job just line-of-sighting from UNLV and taking away a lot of that power Widowmaker has.
We'll see how he can do now. Is going to be going up against Silk Carpet in terms of Tracer. Going to be going around the side here, trying to get a nice flank onto a squishy. Kel Remix back up to full health. The Broncos are just very tentatively waiting here. Ooh, as we can see, Silk on the top there is going to be trying to take a special route there as Nano is brought out from Karma, but nothing coming out from it quite yet. As Boise State is finding themselves stuck behind this first choke as Asu was hit with the anti there. Boise State is just going to have to wait yet again.
Yeah, I was wondering why Plato was staying on this Echo without that Mercy for air support as Cordy just absolutely runs through Boise State. And now, I mean, we have quite a lot of ults online. Boise State about 30% away from having 6. UNLV has 5 with Karma trying to build up to that Nano. And time running out on Boise State. They at least need to get to point A. We might see, you know, a 10-11 ulti fight here coming up for this final attempt for Boise State.
Well, here comes the rally being used first. Now it's going to be answered by UNLV. They get caught up with the Graviton Surge, and Silk is going to throw out that Pulse Bomb onto Asu, pick up 1, but Silk gets taken out as well, so both teams are at 5. We see Copy coming out from Plato onto the Brig, almost building up that rally, is able to build it up and push Boise State toward the point. Bob was used by UNLV as Wildwing and QWERTY pick up 1 for each of them. Kel, before the remake can come through, is taken out by Wildwing. And as much as we talk about Silk, Wildwing is such a good DPS in his own right.
Yeah, Wildwing is a great compliment to Silk. He's a pop. I mean, like I said, him and Plato have really come into their own this Mountain West season, and Boise State just unfortunately has not gotten anything going. And they're going to get one last chance here, but they might get completely shut out.
Yeah, they're basically going to have a dry fight here unless Goblin can get a pick from that Pulse Bomb and almost gets taken out. His opportunity to use it. Asu going very low on health is taken out by Silk right before the Broncos can get through the first point. And that was a very, very tough push from them. Are they even going to be able to make it? They do get on, and Silk does get picked off, but that's going to be the only thing the Broncos can celebrate. As one of their members, the Tracer, tries to get back onto the point, but with Karma getting a double there, that's going to end their chances.
Yeah, UNLV just came out ready to go on this map, absolutely answered the call of how would they handle being up against match point. And I mean, yeah, we talked about the Nano Blade. If UNLV pulls it out, they might just kind of hold until the Nano's up and then just absolutely run through Boise State. But very rarely do you see a team just shut out on assault. That was a great job by UNLV, and now Boise State's got a chance here to try and match that and get us another draw on 2CP.
If they get another draw.
I mean, this is most likely, pending the release date of Overwatch 2, the final time we will see Assault in the Mountain West rotation. So,
well, and if we see 2 draws in the same night, that
fitting.
Would be, yeah, the ultimate closeout to Assault and why it's going away.
But I mean, usually you see the draws like we saw against Fresno State, where both teams get point A and they can kind of struggle to get B. I mean, this would be a heck of a defensive performance for Boise State. I mean, they just saw how UNLV did it. And I mean, my real question is, do the Rebels just kind of bank on that? Let's just play Genji. Let's just play Ana. We'll kind of just, you know, farm up our Nano Blade, and then that's our win condition. If they do that, and Boise State does find a counter to it, they might find themselves also running out of time. So I do hope UNLV stays on the gas pedal, is the aggressor. You never want to be kind of relying on just one strategy, because if that strategy ever fails, then your whole comp and whole idea goes out the window.
Looks like we're going to be seeing the Mercy brought out to pocket Plato on Ash. Now here we go. See Tracer up there on the upper level. Goblin looking for that early pick as Silk is going to be actually on the Widowmaker. He's going to try to position himself up there. Ooh, what a headshot onto Silk right off the bat. And Plato, with the help of that Mercy pocket, getting the first pick onto UNLV, starting them off to a good start. And it's going to force UNLV to reset.
Yeah, I still like the Widowmaker, though. Like I said, that fits in the whole be aggressive, don't just sit back with one plan. As somebody nearly, actually was Slamtaro, nearly back cap. Boise State does have to be careful now because of the fact that they're defending second. They cannot allow a single back cap.
No, they cannot. Now they reposition themselves back toward the point here, allowing UNLV to push past the first choke. Goblin is fighting up against this Brig here. He's going to use the recall. He's able to take out the Brig.
Oh.
No.
Misses the jump through the wall. Meanwhile, Boise State does trade off 2, though. Plato does have Bob as well, as a Nano is going to come out. Boise State's going to get 2 more eliminations.
Yeah, the large bagel uses the nano onto Winston there, is able to push UNLV back toward the point. There's about 2 minutes, 30 seconds left for the Rebels here. And that is a great pick there from both DPSs. Bob is going to get thrown out onto the point. They cannot let one tick go past. As Guac is taken out, now the Broncos are put in a tight situation. Can they save it? Diva Bomb going out onto the point, trying to buy them. Now the Diva Bomb is coming out from Kel. Kel quickly remix on to Lucky. What a pick there. But they're keeping it by the skin of their teeth. They cannot leave that point as Silk uses infrared sights. But Broncos fighting back fiercely as Asu gets the pick onto Slam and QWERTY. Both tanks down for UNLV. And are they retreating? If they are, that is a huge hold for the Broncos.
Yeah, it looks like UNLV is retreating. That is the one downside of the Widowmaker, not going to be able to really stand on top of the point. So Silk Carpet wasn't able to help out. And Boise State, if they can get a couple more ults online, they like their chances. Now Silk's going to swap over to that Tracer, and Lucky he had no idea Goblin was there.
What a huge pick from that Tracer. Now heals up, and Plato is more than happy to just hammer damage through this choke point as UNLV retreats yet again. Silk very low on health. They're going to have to go back to that health pack and heal up, and the Broncos have burned off more than half the time for UNLV. Could they actually be looking at a draw here?
4 ults up for UNLV. It's going to start with the rally. Boise State needs to build their own nano very quickly, and that's a great pick.
That is a huge pick, and the stall from Guac is no longer going to be available. But Boise State needs to hold on for as long as they can. If Guac can get back to the point in time, maybe he can use that Primal Rage. Oh, what a great effort from the Broncos, but not quite there.
Yeah, great job by UNLV. Just eventually had ult advantage and used it to their advantage. Just able to get a great pick onto Guac, so he didn't have that Primal Rage for full heal, and QWERTY's going to get that play of the game when he absolutely popped off offensively, just shutting down Boise State very early on.
This was a great play, so now Boise State is going to find themselves dragging this out to a Game 5, the most that they have ever had against UNLV, I believe. But we also have Idaho Codes as a great program. It's a sponsored summer computer science program open to all 7th through 12th grade students in every Idaho school district. Teaching coding and programming courses, students who complete Idaho Codes have various credit opportunities and can network with those in industry. Please encourage students in every district to register at idahocodes.org. The program is free for the first 1,000 students registered, and there are options to participate either on campus or online.
I mean, again, Boise State, and we talked about it, they have that advantage of being able to pick the map. You would assume we're probably headed to Nepal, which has been their kind of go-to control map. I know we're probably not going to Busan for sure. And I'm going to be very, very curious to see what exactly happens in this Game 5. I mean, you talked about it, though. When Boise State in the championship last year, they played Lijiang. Boise State did win on Lijiang. They won on Lijiang in the regular season as well. They won here tonight on Lijiang. So maybe Control is just Boise State's, favored matchup against UNLV. It's been quite a while since UNLV's beat them on Control. Map choice does help Boise State out a lot. I don't know UNLV's stats and know what map they're probably hoping for, but I'll be very curious to see how this map goes. And I mean, you've got to probably expect a Game 3, all of these probably 199, because everything else in this series, besides that last Assault game, have been incredibly close.
Well, as we can see the quick history here, Boise State, it was very huge that they got the first win there, because having the first win put them on track to, if both teams win the map that they chose, and they are going to be going to Oasis instead. And I haven't seen a lot of...
Yeah, we haven't seen... I mean, Oasis has usually been in some tournaments out of the first map we play. We haven't seen it that much. I knew for other tournaments that... it sounds like it is actually Nepal. So maybe just that's so. I was gonna say, because Oasis would be crazy. Okay, it is Nepal. I mean,
please don't play with my emotions. It's been a long enough night.
So I mean, this is again. You probably wanted a 3-0. You probably wanted a 3-1. But again, if you're talking about ways you could drop a Boise State victory, Game 5 on your map, on your choice. Besides Watchpoint Gibraltar, it's probably been their most successful map. You just stomped down Fresno State to be able to make it to the finals on this map. I mean, this is exactly probably where Boise State, again, wants to be. Now they just have to deliver and be able to pick up their first ever Mountain West Overwatch championship.
it would be probably the biggest victory of the season for the Broncos. Like in terms of just pure emotional attachment and the history that Boise State has had with this rivalry, they've already picked up, a good amount of championships, not to discount, Wasey and Madden or Boise State's victory in play versus, but this particular matchup has so much attachment for Boise State, so much history, that to win here would be the ultimate send-off of the year. We're going to find out how Boise State does, as they're going to be pushing forward here. They're going to be keeping UNLV right next to their spawn there, as Silk has used the Tracer there, is able to take out Goblin's turret there. Immortality Field thrown down to try to keep Boise State alive, as UNLV looks like they're going to be the first ones to push onto the point. Now Boise State is contesting it with them, as Purdy is taken out of their mech. Goblin taken down by Slam, who has been such a consistent pest for Boise State. More than happy to catch them from behind, and now Silk is taken out by Asu. That's the turnaround Boise State was looking for. Now Guac taking out Wild Wing, and before the first point is even captured for the Rebels, a large bagel boop Slam Toro off the edge, and Plato with a double gets the Broncos the point.
Interesting swap here for Wild Wing back onto that Pharah. I mean, with the ceiling on this map, you're not going to have that range that you're used to seeing for a Pharmacy. So a very, very interesting choice, especially with Goblin having those turrets. I mean, that is a very, very risky play here for UNLV, but you got to watch out for Slam Taro and Silk. They're going to want to flank continuously as an Ant Matrix goes down. You can see UNLV sneaking behind.
And Halt was also thrown out there by Guac into their backline. Didn't do too much. Amp Matrix, as you can see, was thrown down by Asu. Now they're going back. They have found Karma all alone and are trying to get the pick. And Karma is not available for UNLV, even if the elimination doesn't come through. Now trying to put some damage onto Wild Wing. Silk does throw out the Pulse Bomb, takes out Guac. Immortality Field taken out, as well as Kellen Goblin falling. That's going to be Boise State giving up the point.
Yeah, nice little stall up there. Got him about 3 or 4% more, actually all the way up to 47%. Goblin's going to swap over that McCree with Wild Wing Bat, and Lucky Shaiko absolutely dominate in the air. And they probably went a little too hard after Karma there, even when they were caught out, and I think that kind of led them to be a bit too split. But you see Boise State's going to have 3 ults up. UNLV is only going to have 1, maybe 2, depending on how fast Cordy charges this Diva Bomb.
Well, Slam with a nice pick onto Plato there. That Riptire not going to be used for the next few seconds, and they even it up by taking out Slam. Now both teams are back to 5 strength. Here comes Guac here. Has the large bagel actually charging up the sound barrier, so another utility available to Boise State. As we saw, Minefield looks like it was used by Slam Taro there. There goes the supercharger, as well as Plato with the Riptire gets taken down. Not going to find anybody, and Silk with a great pick onto Plato as well. Boise State is using just about everything they have, and finally gets 1 pick, now 2. Both DPS is gone for UNLV, continuing to push damage through that Amp Matrix into that tiny room and taking back the point.
Didn't quite see where they killed Silk or Wild Wing, but no res. They're coming out from Lucky Shaiko, but you do see there now is, the missile barrage online for Wild Wing Bat, so Boise State's got to be careful they don't get caught out by a good rocket barrage. Wow. But that's a huge pick. Where's the Pharah, though? You got to have that rocket barrage ready because Boise State does not have a great answer.
Well, time is still ticking. They're past 65% here. Boise State just looking to get some more charge there on their ultimates. Here comes the Pharah. You see her there, but where is the positioning going to be used? There goes Sakel with the Gravitic Flux, is going to be able to take out Wild Wing and Silk Carpet again. That is a huge play, and before the rest can come through, they take out Lucky, and Boise State is going past 85%, forcing UNLV to come in one at a time.
UNLV, they still should have enough time. You're going to get a nanoed rocket barrage from somewhere. Boise State has got to be ready for it. That is huge, though. Silk's going to be dead for this last fight. It's all on Wild Wing Bat.
Oh, man, can they even get to the point to contest it? No! Boise State gets the first victory!
I mean, again, that Pharah comp, you just got to wonder exactly what they were going for. The rocket barrage never used when it mattered. It ended up being used at the very end. And just a it got it 1 fight, but after that it didn't get him much. Silk Carpet got picked off quite a bit, and now we see how Boise State will respond. This is the one map they did lose to Fresno. And I'll be curious, we saw Boise State earlier, they pulled out the Symmetra. And will UNLV kind of, answer that with their own semester, or will they try something different?
Well, Boise State, as we said at the end of the third match, now they kind of find themselves in a mini situation in the match overall. They have 2 chances to win.
You can't be thinking that if you're Boise State. You almost
it's 0. Like Doc says, it's 0 at the beginning of every match.
Yeah, you got to be thinking. You almost maybe got to play like UNLV's maybe in the advantages. That's going to be a huge pick. Silk for Guac. Take that trade any day of the week. Goblin trying to build that EMP. Kel is going to lose the mech, however. Boise State now going to lose a large bagel as well, so a pick for Silk's going to be unfortunately matched with 2 losses of their own. Goblin barely trying to stay alive on the flank. And it looks like UNLV's probably going to win this first point and pick it up first.
Boise State still having a respectable amount of ult charge, though. But they're going to be swapping off to make sure they have the right comp first and foremost.
Yeah, they probably wanted to try and get a hack onto Kevin Durant and shut him down while he's going in the backfield. Didn't see if that's what happened, but unfortunately for UNLV, sometimes you trade out Silk Carpet for 3 of your own members, and that's just not worth it.
Well, now can they get back onto the point? We see a charge coming through there from Slam, and he's going to pin Boise State right in the small building. Huge shatter used by him, but he is taken out by Goblin, and the pulse bomb onto Wild Wing, and now onto Silk. That is a great pick. Now both DPSs are out of the picture for UNLV. Boise State pushing back onto the point and takes it, allowing UNLV to get only 35%.
Yeah, great response there. Slam Taro, I mean, he just hasn't played a lot of Reinhardt. He's been a wrecking ball, almost one trick in the Mountain West, so to pull it out when you're down to your last match is incredibly interesting for UNLV, and I'll be curious to see how long he stays on that Reinhardt because he's playing it like a wrecking ball.
It's such a weird thing to see him off what we're so used to seeing him on the wrecking ball, and
huge flashbang. Oh, just missed it.
Just missed it there. Here comes Lucky placing down the Amp Matrix as High Noon is also brought up by Wild Wing as more of a zoning Deadeye. They take out the Immortality Field as Boise State now moves in. Guac very low on health as Kel is taken out of his mech. Plato and Guac also taken down. And it is tit for tat as UNLV takes back the point, although Boise State did manage to get a little bit more charge out of their first take.
Yeah, unfortunately for Boise State, both members are going to have that sound barrier up, so they're not going to be able to land a big shatter and then kind of push from there. That should just get the sound barrier out from Karma if he's able to dodge it. And so it's going to be on Silk Carpet. So he made a name for himself with those meteor strikes on the back line. A large bagel and Ace who've got to be very, very careful.
Well, here we go. Plato taking a lot of damage. Is going to be taken out early from QWERTY as Boise State is using their ultimates, is only able to take out the Immortality Field. And Silk getting the pick onto Asu as the large bagel's trying to get away as he's pressured by him, is taken out by Karma. And that did not go the way the Broncos wanted. They burned off all the ultimates from UNLV, but they also used all of their own.
Yeah, now they're going to have one last fight here. There's only going to be a Deadeye and an Amp Matrix up for UNLV, but Boise State only has that Diva Bomb. So Kel, who played so spectacularly on Watchpoint Gibraltar, if he could get a huge Diva Bomb here, could go a long way. Otherwise, we're going to a map 3.
Okay, it's ticking down past 90%. 9. Oh, man. Are they going to make it? Ugh.
They'll make it.
Okay, here we go. There goes the Amp Matrix thrown out as High Noon is used by Wild Wing. Diva Bomb comes out from Kel. Doesn't pick up anybody, but QWERTY is taken out of their Mac. Maybe, just maybe, no onto Plato and Kel, and the rest of the Broncos fall. And UNLV, proven why that they are the top team to beat, are not going to let this go easily. They're going to drive it to the final game for everything.
Yeah, I mean, very fitting for UNLV that it was Silk Carpet on that Doomfist who was able to get a great pick onto Asu with the Meteor Strike, then just was able to kind of bully a large bagel around before Karma, I believe, eventually ended up getting that kill. So now we're going to go to a map 3. Everything's on the line here for Boise State and UNLV. You probably expect double Symmetras to come out here, and whoever wins that first fight, if they get those turrets down, is going to be in a very, very good spot.
Well, Boise State, both games tonight have gone to a Game 5, so the Broncos have been playing their heart out for hours now, and it has all led up to this, the final map, the final fight. Who is going to be the Mountain West Championships in both of these teams' third year in a row meeting? One is going to come out on top as the champions. We're going to find out now. And so now both teams push onto the point as Plato was the only one to actually bring out that Symmetra, and they're pushing them right off the point as Slam is taken out first, and now they quickly take out Silk. Silk actually falls off the edge, and Guac takes out Wild Wing as well. That is a crucial first pick as the point unlocks in 1 second. Now Boise State is the first to take it.
Silk Carpet going to pull out that Doomfist. Wild Wing back going to go on the Symmetra. Now he'll swap over to the Reaper. And I mean, again, you gotta watch where Silk Carpet goes on that Doomfist. If he's able to get onto Asu or a large bagel, this could easily flip in UNLV's favor. Boise State's got the small ult advantage, but Photon Barrier is gonna do nothing if Silk Carpet gets Great Meteor Strike.
Coming into the back line, there goes Goblin. He's going to be met by that Lucio, and he's the first one taken out by Karma. Amp Matrix thrown down by Asu. They're able to take out the Immortality Field and Slam Taro as well. UNLV throws down their own Amp Matrix, and both teams are even. Photon Barrier coming out from Plato onto Lucky, and Large Bagel takes him out, but Plato is also taken out by Silk. Now Silk picking up a double coming through, but look at Goblin taking out Silk and Wild Wing. Both DPSs down for UNLV, and a successful Bronco hold.
Gotta watch out though. You see a Large Bagel 16% behind on that Sound Barrier for Karma. If Karma can get it up one fight earlier, that can totally flip the point. Silk Carpet probably a fight, if not two, away from that Meteor Strike that he has absolutely used to dominate Boise State both in past and present. Boise State's gonna have to win this one and try and kill Karma before Sound Barrier comes online.
Okay, now they get onto the point. Broncos nearing 70% on their charge. They are able to quickly take out the Immortality Field. However, Silk Carpet coming in with a crucial pick onto the back line. And Goblin trying to Wraith away is not going to be able to. Kel and Asu also fall, but now it's a question of just trying to get that charge as high as they can, and they did manage to get it up to about 83, so it's single fight territory.
Yeah, unfortunately, you look at the ults now. They did get the Sound Barrier out from Karma, which is a very interesting use. You're going to have a Shatter from Slay of Taro. You might have a Gravitic Flux up from Cordy, and then you're going to have Death Blossom and Meteor Strike. Boise State needs to either dry fight this or get a huge pick before somebody can commit an ultimate. Otherwise, they're going to be at a big disadvantage.
Well, Cordy uses that Gravitic Flux first up, and they're also going to burn up the Death Blossom, able to take out Asu. But look at Slam and Silk. Silk falls off the edge, and Boise State isn't able to hold that point, get that point. But my goodness, they have now found themselves in a much different situation.
They got 2 ults off the table. Now Boise State's going to have 5 ults into the 3 for UNLV. You just slam Q here if you're Boise State.
And here they go. Huge Shatter is coming out onto the point as Kel takes out Lucky. Silk is trying to even it up by taking out Asu. And Photon Barrier, Amp Matrix, both used by Boise State. They were very close to taking back the point as Goblin uses Death Blossom to take out Karma. Now they're going after Silk. They are able to take him out. As Guac gets taken out, Boise takes back the point. Now UNLV has to just get to the point.
It's a final fight for UNLV. They're going to have an Amp Matrix and nothing. They're going to go on to the Tracer, the Wrecking Ball. Everybody's on their favorite hero. Boise State's only going to have a Diva Bomb. Oh, never mind. That was the remake. Excuse me. They're going to have no ults available. They need a pick right now.
Well, they are able to get one onto Karma, but Goblin is taken out onto QWERTY there. Now Boise State finds themselves one up where they want to be. Silk does take out the Immortality Field, and the Die comes out onto Wild Wing as Slam also takes out Kel. And Boise State is going to give up that point and is going to have to take it back one more time.
Yeah, that was a very fast charge Death Blossom for Wild Wing bat. Goblin went on to the Doomfist, now going to swap back to the Reaper. Boise State is going to have ult advantage, but Karma's Sound Barrier could prove vital. Boise State cannot let that Sound Barrier get online or they're going to lose.
Photon Barrier used early by Plato there. We'll see how well they can use that as they're going after that Tracer there off to the side. Diva Bomb available for Kel is going to be used onto the point. Takes out the Immortality Field. Silk is an early pick for Plato. Karma very close on that Sound Barrier, is going to use it. It goes on to all members of UNLV. But Guac uses that Shatter, plows into Wild Wing, and Boise State finds themselves up with the advantage in this one, able to take out Lucky as it goes on to overtime. And now Lucky is taken out. Now UNLV has to go on to the point. Slam Taro does throw out the minefield, making it a little bit tougher for Boise State. State. They are able to take out Slam Silk with the bomb onto Guac. Karma also going down. And can Boise State win it here? Can they do it? They are able to take out Wild Wing one after the other. They're getting close. Boise State almost there. Can they do it? Goblin taken out, but QWERTY also taken out in response as well. On to Lucky. They're almost there. Can they do it? Come on.
Yeah, the Symmetra MVP is the fact Boise State's getting back to the point faster because there's no teleporter up. Photon barrier goes down. It's all up to QWERTY.
Boise State, you have taken down Goliath. You are the Mountain West champions.
Now, the MVP of that, too, really, it depends on how you want to phrase it. It's Plato for staying on the Symmetra, and it's UNLV's refusal to play the Symmetra because that final fight, the difference was there was no teleporter for UNLV. Their members took longer than Boise State members took to get back to the point. I don't know if that was a call by UNLV to not have it or what, but that lack of a Symmetra just cost UNLV a championship.
And like I said, Boise State, your Broncos are the Mountain West esports champions. After 3 years of going up against UNLV, they have finally toppled the Rebels and are going to go away with the championship for spring 2021.
Yeah, really just a fantastic series. I mean, like I said, there probably wasn't a better way to determine the champion than 99-99 for 30, 45 seconds fighting in overtime. And again, it comes down to the fact that UNLV just simply did not pick the Symmetra. That teleporter, Plato being able to stay alive the entire time, just was really the biggest difference maker because they trade off 1 for 1. But UNLV had no way to run back to the point faster. Boise State had that teleporter. They were able to continuously put their members on the point. And so really, the unsung hero is Plato's teleporter.
Wow, you can look at Bagel there on the stage. He is just shook, but he has won after such a long night and a well-deserved victory. They are hearing their final words from Doc. And what a play! I'm looking over and I see Chosen there. How is that for a fight? Chosen has been hanging out with production and watching the whole thing. And wow, what a match to see as you're just about to enter Bronco Esports.
Yeah, no pressure to try and uphold the Bronco legacy now. Like a huge win for Boise State. They finally get that monkey off their back, but I have this strange feeling that this isn't going to be the last time they see UNLV in the Mountain West Championship game for Overwatch because these two teams are still incredibly close. I think any of those maps besides Lijiang could have probably gone either way. Just honestly a fantastic finish to the Mountain West Overwatch season.
Well, now we just look back at the match and see if you just had to nominate a player of the game, whether or not we have ICCU player of the game or not, who stood out to you there from the Broncos?
Honestly, I don't know if I can pick just because I don't think there was one player for Boise State who had, a game-winning moment. It was truly a team play for Boise State. I think a large Bagel had a fantastic sleep onto Silk Carpet on Kings Row. Asu did the same thing on Lijiang that kind of activated them. Plato with that fantastic teleport. I think really that for this is a team win for Boise State. I don't think this was one member of Boise State playing the game of his life. I think this was all 6 players playing the game of their life. So I don't know if you can nominate an ICCU player of the game. You just got to give it to Boise State because they answered every time there was a moment of diversity or of adversity. They came back when they needed it most, and I think anyone's a deserving pick. I'd say Plato, but it'll actually go to Kel.
Yeah, Kel has been insane, and also I gotta say, Kel just for I think Kel won all of our hearts with that Diva mech. With that sneaky Diva remake onto UNLV at the very beginning, but he was just such a force throughout the whole game.
Yeah, I think the one thing I will say is, he just absolutely pops off all those Diva bombs, but we never see him because you see Diva bombs used as sort of like a zoning tool, and he has been so good with those Diva bombs. So, like I said, a very well-deserved player of the game. But
and mainly, I would say, I just remembered now, Fish, his performance on Gibraltar.
Yeah, he did have a fantastic final stand on Gibraltar. That is 100% correct. But again, this was a Boise State team victory. I thought everybody played fantastically well for the side of Boise State. I thought they all played exactly the way they needed to. I don't know if they drew it up as 3-2 with squeaking it out in overtime. I'm sure they would have loved to it be a little bit more easier, but this one is going to be incredibly sweet to them. And as you mentioned, I mean, you know, in just Overwatch alone, I know the national championships and play versus and the NECC are nice, but this is 100% I'm sure what they wanted to accomplish when the year started was beating UNLV to claim their first Mountain West championship, the first one for Boise State since Rocket League in 2018, and just a great effort for Boise State tonight.
Well, the player of the game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Kel is your Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game, but as Fish said, credit to every single member of the Bronco team. Well, now that'll do it for what has been probably one of the most exciting nights I have seen here on the Boise State Esports desk. Congratulations to Boise State, and of course, well done to everyone who has competed in this match. UNLV put up an amazing fight. Congratulations for them to getting to the finals, and also Boise State facing off against Fresno State. A lot of teams showing a lot of great performances. But that is going to do it for us tonight. We leave you with the top 5 plays of the game, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 positions offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there. Thank you for watching Boise State Esports, and have a good night. Okay, this is Boise State's strategy here. As Silk uses that blade there, the nano blade composition going on to Asu, but QWERTY is taken out. EMP goes on to 2 members. Lucky very low on health. Silk now hacked there, and that is huge for Boise State. That is exactly what they wanted to pull off.
Yeah, I think the only downside for Boise State, I would
hold for the Broncos.
Yeah, it looks like UNLV is retreating. That is the one downside of the Widowmaker, not going to be able to really stand on top of the point. So Carpet wasn't able to help out. And Boise State, if they can get a couple more ults online, they like their chances. Now Silk's going to swap over to that Tracer, and Lucky he had no idea Goblin was there.
What a huge pick from that Tracer. To find it, but is going to try to focus down Lucky here. Can he get it? Large bait taken out by the Dynamite. They do get the pick onto Lucky, so that is crucially going to be the res not available to UNLV, followed by Wild Wing, and UNLV is finding himself pelted down from above by Plato, who's coming through in huge flying colors for Boise State. They managed to get to the second checkpoint. And he's going to pin Boise State right in the small building. Huge shatter used by him, but he is taken out by Goblin. And the pulse bomb onto Wild Wing. And now onto Silk. That is a great pick. Now both DPSs are out of the picture for UNLV. Boise State pushing back onto the point and takes it, allowing UNLV to get only 35%. Alive. They're trying. They have burned off more time than UNLV for overtime. Should they capture this final point? But Kel huge with the double there. Oh, it's Silk with the double of his own. Karma's on the point, but Guac is still managing to hold it. There goes the Dragon Strike out from Boise State. They did it.
They're not going to get
pulled
there.
it.